time at the Super Bowl.
It's a pleasure, big guy. It's your 7th call at the Super Bowl. Amazing.
Thank you, pal. Listen, the storylines are rich. You got Andy Reid. He's already got a huge legacy, but today, if the Chiefs win, people will be saying this is the coronation of, yes, a dynasty. On the flip side, the 49ers with a victory will be 6 all-time. Tying Pittsburgh and New England for the most, and you'll have a first. You'll have a father-son combination, both of whom have Super Bowl titles, with Mike Shanahan and Kyle Shanahan today.
This is as good a coaching matchup as you're going to find. Both of them are creative, the ingenuity, and they're demanding on the football field for all their players. If Andy Reid wins today, that'll be his 3rd Super Bowl title, which puts him in the pantheon. Now he's on the Mount Rushmore. Only 4 other guys. And for Kyle Shanahan, this will be his first, but like you just said, that's the family's 3rd. This is going to be an incredible matchup.
Let's talk about some of the stars of the game. Of course, you begin with this guy, Patrick Mahomes, who has been the underdog in the last 2 playoff games, and is the underdog again today.
At some point, they're going to recognize very quickly that he should not be the underdog. He's off to as good a start as any quarterback ever in the National Football League. He's trying to go to that next step. Like you talk about the dynasty, as is Jason Brady. He's got a really tough test today, though. This is a complete 49ers football team. He's going to have to play clean football like he's been playing throughout the playoffs.
Let's talk about his running back and his tight end. They both have come up huge. You got Isaiah Pacheco and Travis Kelce in the playoffs has been just sensational.
They really have. Andy Reid did a great job of switching things up. As soon as he got into the playoffs, he started using big personnel, 3 tight ends, and he started getting the ball to Kelce, who's turned back the hands of time very quickly, showing one of the most dominant players in postseason history. But really, it started by giving the ball to Pacheco and shortening these games, and the Chiefs have been throwing ever since.
And then you got the ultimate underdog story at quarterback for the 49ers. Everybody's fallen in love with Brock Purdy, and you have too as you prepared for this game.
Yeah, Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick in the draft. You would never expect him to have a moment like this or an opportunity. He is for real. I'm telling you, you put the tape on, he reads progressions as fast as anybody. He's got great spatial awareness. He's using his legs in the playoffs. That's been huge. And he's got 2 comeback victories. I think he might be able to believe he can actually win this one.
And he's got a lot of weapons. Let's talk about his tight end and his running back. Christian McCaffrey this week named the Offensive Player of the Year in the league, and first team All-Pro at tight end was not Kelce, it was George Kittle.
Exactly. As good a dynamic duo as there is in the National Football League. As a defensive coordinator, this is where it all starts. You got to have a plan for these 2 guys. McCaffrey led the league in rushing and scrimmage yards. He makes the game simple for the quarterback. I started with the ball early. George Kittle, you called it before in the pregame. You think the game goes between these 2 tight ends? Kittle has to have a monster game if the Niners are going to win. That's the only Achilles heel that I've found with this great Chiefs defense.
Right, Tony, and now let's go to public address announcer Alan Roach.
Established in 1970, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, is the league's highest honor, recognizing an NFL player for his excellence on and off the field. Please welcome this year's nominees, who represent the best of the NFL's commitment to philanthropy and community impact. 32 players are selected as their team's Man of the Year and become eligible to win the national award. All 32 nominees receive a donation to their charity of choice, courtesy of the NFL Foundation and Nationwide. Please give a warm welcome to Walter's children, Jarrett and Brittany. Joined by the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Cameron Hayward of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to my family, thank you to the Pittsburgh Steelers, thank you to the Payton family for giving me this opportunity. I'm very honored to be out here today alongside all these great nominees. We understand there's more work to be done, and we wouldn't be able to do it with an award like this, the Walter Payton Man of the Year. We got more work to do on and off the field. Thank you very much.
Will the man come on at 6 o'clock, say somebody's getting ready for the Super Bowl? So, whiskey for my men, beer for my horses. My friend and I I want to say thank you and rest in peace to the great Toby Keith, who passed away last week after a 2-year cancer battle at the young age of 62. So here's the big dog daddy, and may he rest in peace.
First performance is Shaheem Sanchez. Now, a presentation of Lit
And if you know me personally,
performed by
Toby Keith was my favorite. So been a rough couple days just off for myself, but of course in the country music world, as everybody has their favorite sports team, actor, musician, etc. He was my guy. He was the man. So even with the cancer diagnosis and battling, regardless of that, you don't expect anybody to die. So it was an absolute gut punch, to say the least. Devastation is understatement. When we all found out that he passed away last Monday night, and come Tuesday morning, news broke, and was lucky enough to see him a couple times, once at his restaurant and once in concert. So just tough. Let's raise our red solo cups and say once again thank you to Toby Keith, and may he rest in peace. And let's have a party for Super Bowl 58 with the Kansas City Chiefs and the San Francisco 49ers. So, in the meantime, thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. Kickoff in about a half hour or so on CBS. We'll have Jim Nance, Tony Romo, and Trace Wilson on the call. So they're in Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada, home of the Silver and Black Raiders. Who would have thought the NFL Super Bowl, the biggest game of the season, would be in the desert? From all the AFL and NFL championships, sporting events in general, but from Super Bowl I to now, as the Kansas City Chiefs are looking to repeat and become the first repeat Super Bowl champs since doing the Patriots did so in 2003, 2004, which would have been Super Bowl 38 and 39 respectively. They're looking to win just not back-to-back, but their third in 5 years. Technically, a few seasons from winning in 19, Super Bowl 54, in this rematch today against San Francisco 49ers. As that game came down late into the fourth quarter, they, of course, beat the Eagles last year on a game-winning field goal. Made 55, lost to Brady and the Bucks. Of course, did not make 56, even though they've been to 7 consecutive AFC championship games now. So they've, been there. They have the experience. San Francisco, for the most part, the same as well. Of course, in that 54 game against Kansas City, lost it late. The following season in 20 was injury riddled. They missed the playoffs, but then they've been back in the postseason, but they haven't been able to get back to the promised land. As Viva Las Vegas, all the Elvis impersonators out and about, as they're at the Death Star, the black hole. But as mentioned, who would have thought the NFL would be hosting the Super Bowl, especially with the gambling aspect to it, in Las Vegas here, February the 11th, 2024, to end the 2023-2024 season. So Of course, hoping for a damn good game, which we should get. We'll get into some factors here momentarily. But as San Francisco's a 1.5 point favorite over under at 47.5. Kansas City, the designated home team as the 3 seed in the AFC playoffs, beat the Dolphins at home in the wild card round and then had to go to Buffalo and Baltimore to get here today. San Francisco, the top seed in the NFC, so they had a first round bye before they had to come back and defeat both the Packers and Lions in the second half to win both those games to get back to the Super Bowl in a Super Bowl 54 rematch once again with the Kansas City Chiefs and San Francisco 49ers. So thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit the red subscribe button, notification button next to as well. Stay up to date. Thumbs up button if you're ready for the Super Bowl 58. That's LVIII in Roman numerals. With L meaning 50, V is 5, and then we know the I's are 1s. So we're about to cap off the season here, unfortunately, tonight with one more game. So we'll see who comes out on top. Let me know in the comments below who you have winning. But yes, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Chiefs, hashtag 49ers, hashtag Super Bowl. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. As this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry, as both the San Francisco 49ers and Kansas City Chiefs are about to take the field, as they'll be in their road whites here this evening, traveling to the home stadium of a arch rival in the Bay Area, of course, 49ers and Raiders, and then the Chiefs also going to Vegas against a divisional rival in the silver and black. So, of course, just like New York, just like LA, Vegas, the stars are going to be out. So from about a $15,000 average ticket price to a couple and $2.5 million for a suite. Of course, Super Bowl brings out new commercials for the next year. We'll have the halftime show around 8 o'clock with Usher. So as they ring the bell, the NFC champion San Francisco 49ers enter the field of play to try to get some revenge on the team they thought they had beat a month before COVID hit in 2020. And then the Chiefs came back and won. Once again, 55, they made it. Lost to the Bucks. 56, they lost in the championship game. And then last year beat the Eagles on a game-winning field goal. They're back, so would be 3 and 4 seasons, 5 years technically. And you know, you do that, you win back-to-back. Yeah, you're looking at dynasty. So now here come the big red, not machine, but Kansas City Chiefs, as they're fighting for their right to party. So raise them up and let's have a party. But yeah, should be a damn good game. Something's got to give. You know, these are the arguably 2 best teams, you know, in the NFL. I mean, they're the last 2 standing, yet there's only going to be 1 left standing in a few short hours at the end of the night, and they'll be crowned champions here to close out the season. So, you know, there's good teams, there's great teams. Of course, just find a way to win, you know, and they're in the home of the Raiders, so just win, baby. Plain and simple, end of story, because that's all anybody ever remembers, whether you won or lost, especially in the Super Bowl. You know, you're going to be crowned Super Bowl champion, you're going to be a loser in the Super Bowl. So, and, you know, from being the team that, okay, as they'll tomahawk chop their way onto the field with that underdog mentality, and then now they've become so dominant, you know, they're winning consistently, that they're at the point now everybody's starting to hate them because they're winning so much. But you got to respect it, you know. And then you have the celebrity factor into it with Taylor Swift. Yes, she made the trip across the water from Japan back to the States, and is in attendance for her boyfriend and potentially soon-to-be fiance and future and potential ex-husband. You know how those romances go and with the celebs. But yeah, she's there. Kelsey, of course, has gone off in the playoffs. I mean, shit, he broke 49er legend Jerry Rice's playoff record for receptions, for God's sakes. I mean, come on now. And then he's got a star quarterback in Patrick Mahomes throwing the football. Both teams, of course, the running game. And then on the flip side, yeah, Kyle Shanahan looking to join his dad, Mike Shanahan, as Super Bowl winning head coaches. They'd become the first father-son tandem to ever do that in NFL history. As Brock Purdy, he'll be saying, if the 49ers win tonight, how do you like me now? With being Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick in the 2022 NFL draft, was almost an undrafted rookie free agent, could have signed anywhere. Drafted by San Fran, really the rest is history. From an injury to be named the starter, to back-to-back NFC Championship game appearances, and then now Super Bowl appearance. So, you know, you can talk about this and that with, you know, the quarterbacks, the running game. Defense wins championships. Keep an eye on special teams here tonight as well, but defense wins championships. So truly, whatever team makes the fewest mistakes is probably going to win this game. I mean, that's just common, basic sense, knowledge in football. So, once again, strong running games from Christian McCaffrey, Isaiah Pacheco. Potential Super Bowl MVPs if their respective team wins, because you know there's going to be a lot of running game here tonight. But it's going to be that play action. There's going to be some wacky, you know, trickery I'd have to think as well. Don't be surprised if there's like a defensive touchdown or a special teams touchdown of some sorts, you know, with a punt or kickoff return for a score. We haven't had one of those in quite a while. Let alone just get, you know, talk about field position and then time of possession later on if you have a lead, and then, you know, you're forcing the opponent to come from behind, what San Francisco can do. You know, Kansas City has gotten out on top. They had to come back a little bit. They, you know, as both teams, nobody's undefeated, you know, had their bumps in the road this year. Sometimes you got to go through the bad times to get the good times, but, you know, how are you going to play today? You know, consistency is key. From some pregame festivities to Post Malone now I'm going to sing America the Beautiful before Reba McEntire sings the national anthem. So I'll shut up and we'll listen. Post Malone with America the Beautiful. As America is the land of the free because of the brave. And now it looks like Reba McEntire will sing the national anthem as they bring the color guard out. So shout out to the troops. Thank you for your service. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard, whether you're a veteran, active duty, or a future United States military member, thank you for your service.
Please welcome, on behalf of the National Association of the Deaf, actor Daniel Durant. To honor America and perform our national anthem, entertainment icon Reba McEntire.
And now Reba to honor America. Flyover. And of course, you'll be sorry that you messed with the US of A because we'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. So, let's see what else we got on my list here for Super Bowl 58. As it is now officially 6:30. Kickoff now less than 10 minutes away. I don't know if these are technically going to be considered part of the Super Bowl commercials or not, but looks like we'll have the coin toss coming up next. Of course, heads I win, tails you lose. San Fran is the designated visitor in their road whites against the home team. But I bet you any money they're going to have a coin that the NFL logos heads or Super Bowl logos heads, or of course vice versa. Or you can add in the stadium logo, or just flat out the Chiefs logo and the 49ers logo, and then whatever one comes up on top wins the toss then. So we'll see, but yeah, leave it at that. We'll get into the game here. CBS with Premier Week as Super Bowl 58 here will end the 2023 NFL season. And we'll either be crowning the San Francisco 49ers Super Bowl champs for the first time in 3 decades, or KC is going to win back-to-back and become the first NFL team to do so since the Patriots did 20 years ago. So Gronk's going to have the FanDuel kick of destiny before the game even starts. A 25-yard field goal for Rob Gronkowski in a one-bar old school helmet. FanDuel kick of destiny. It's wide right. No good. He missed again. So a share of 10 million in bonus bets on FanDuel if you predicted that Gronk was going to miss. So congrats if you won that. As now both teams will take the field for the coin toss. Bill Vinovich will be our white capper. Former Penn State Lion Terry Killens is the first ever former NFL player and current NFL official to now have played and officiate a Super Bowl. So we are Penn State. So yeah, it seems like they started the commercials. The first one there right after the national anthem was for a movie coming out this summer. And then they did the FanDuel kick of destiny with Rob Gronkowski for the second consecutive year, and he missed again. So coin toss now, a little promo here, seems like for the wildfires in Hawaii this past year.
For all the people that lost everything. And remember what we are, who we represent. Everybody got it? Let's go. It's just something to lift their spirits. You guys is behind us, bro. It's not about a place. It's about people. Life can change in an instant. We'll rise above this tragic event. That's all we can ask for.
So they'll now have them also enter the field.
Offensive coordinator Garrett Tejada, former coach Bobby Watson, athletic director John Conrad, team captains Colana Tejada, Morgan Bula Montgomery, Tavon Love, and Colana Watson. And now, referee Bill Vinovich.
So Bill Vinovich, our official referee, once again.
Our thoughts and prayers are with you and your family for a speedy recovery. Bobby, please join me with the captains. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
So yeah, good afternoon rather than good evening. Of course, they're in Vegas, so it's middle of the afternoon, 3:30. Local for a kick here, 6:30. Gonna be 7 by the time they get this game started.
San Francisco, you are the visitors. What is your call?
San Francisco says tails.
Bobby, please do the honors.
So it's a basic coin and a flip.
In his hand.
Comes up heads. Kansas City has won. They've deferred. They're going to kick off. San Francisco's getting the ball. So kickoff coming up next. 3.5 minutes before we get underway here in Super Bowl 58. LVIII once more in Roman numerals. So from the kickoff pre-show to kickoff. Deadpool and the Chicago Bulls entrance music. This summer, a new movie. The full trailer is online now for Deadpool and Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. So, really just some commercials for upcoming movies that, you know,
Hot flashes and night sweats. With 100% hormone-free Bioza, you can have fewer hot flashes and
for the
more
most part, you know,
Bioza
if you keep track of that, you know, you would have already, you know, known about.
for some women,
Um,
start working in as early as 1 week. Don't use
but
Bioza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or
we'll see how the commercials are tonight.
increased liver
They're not like they
function
used to
may
be,
occur.
no doubt about it. I mean, they haven't been for years.
Most
Um,
common side effects include stomach
Yet they, of
pain,
course, cost more,
diarrhea,
just like anything else in the
and
world.
low back pain.
Just
Ask your
how it
doctor.
is what it is at the end of the day, which is unfortunate. But we'll move on here. So, yeah, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Um, so tonight, of course, all you American girls and American guys, we got winners, we got losers. One of these teams is going to win, one of these teams is going to lose. Once more, let me know in the comments below who you have winning Super Bowl 58 here tonight in the comments below. But yeah, Chiefs 49ers meeting in a Super Bowl 54 rematch. NFL's gone all in. Like I said earlier, you know, who honestly would have ever thought Viva Las Vegas hitting Sin City for Super Bowl 58. But here we are. Really, you have the Raiders to thank. You have the Davis family to thank. Because if it wasn't for the Raiders moving to Vegas, Super Bowl would not be in Vegas right now. So there's the Vince Lombardi Trophy. Of course, Packers won the first 2 Super Bowls. San Fran with 5 in franchise history, looking for their 6th here this evening, tying the Steelers and Patriots. And then the Chiefs with 3 total, looking for their 4th. So now they'll light the torch. As there sits the Vince Lombardi Trophy. Super Bowl 58 starts now. Chiefs on to kick off. 49ers back deep to receive. And hello, friends. There's Jim Nance and Tony Romo, as they'll be on the call here. We'll see if CBS changed up their scoreboard graphic or not. It's always a time of year that, you know, with the big game, the networks love to do just that this Super Bowl Sunday. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch along reactions over here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. So former Steeler Ray McLeod back deep to receive Harrison Butker's kick. As of course he kicked the game winner last year against Philadelphia, as the Chiefs beat the Eagles 38-35. Chiefs also beat the 49ers in Super Bowl 54, officially 31-20. So from right to left across your television screen right on dial, here we go with the kickoff. So it'll be vice versa, left to right across your television screen right on dial with the kickoff return. So out of the 49er end zone, here comes San Fran, and CBS does change the scoreboard graphic as Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, the final pick, literally the last player drafted in 2022, out of Iowa State. Started later on in the year last year, of course, won the starting gig for this year, and now leading San Francisco to the Super Bowl. So 1st and 10, San Fran from the 25-yard line, left to right. With Ayuk in motion, McCaffrey in the backfield. First play will be a run. McCaffrey for about 6 yards up the middle of the 31-yard line. They got a 2nd and 4 coming up, 10 seconds in. So yeah, they change up the scoreboard graphic. It's just straight and narrow across the bottom. But it has the color scheme in the background for each team with, of course, their initials and their logos with right now 2 big zeros because nobody scored because the game just kicked off, but then you have the first with time, play clock, and the down the distance. Fake the run, roll out on a play action near side, complete. Kyle Juszczyk hurdles out past the 45 to the 49, so 2 plays almost in Chief territory. So they're starting pretty hot and fast, to say the least. And fullbacks, a dying breed, but on the second play here, Juszczyk goes about 25 yards or so. Okay, they say almost 20, 18 officially, 1st and 10, now from the 49-yard line. Purdy over the middle on the slant, caught McCaffrey, 1st down, Niners. So 3 plays, 2 first downs, and now into Chief territory. Knock on the door, looking to strike early, take a lead, put the pressure on the Chiefs. Normally the Chiefs are the one, with an early lead and they're holding on late. I'm not saying they can't come from behind. They did it against the Niners in 54, but just as of lately, they've been the one on top. Really haven't had to come from behind. San Francisco on the flip side, as McCaffrey gets 12 yards on a run up the middle, just kept the pile pushing, 1st down. So they'll move the sticks again, but the 49ers have been the team. They've been down. They were down against the Packers at home in the divisional round. They were down against the Lions in the conference championship game. And then they came back and won both those games. You got to give credit where credit's due. Like I said, you got good teams, you got great teams, you got teams that find ways to win. And that, because at the end of the day, that's all anybody ever remembers, once again, is whether you won or lost. So just find a way to win. Hand off McCaffrey, fumble. Whether he was down or not, we'll see. They say fumble, recovered by the Chiefs. 1st down, Kansas City, about the 27-yard line or so. So early turnover costing the Niners potential points about 3 minutes in. And that's a killer, especially if Kansas City can capitalize off of it and score some points. That's a fumble. Yep, that's a fumble. So 1st and 10 KC when we come back. What's the first commercial?
You're green. Something just takes over me. And when it does, bad things happen. Once you learn to harness your emotions, sky's the limit.
Is this Wizard of Oz?
LVIII. I'm not afraid. It's the wizard who should be afraid of me.
Wicked, coming out Thanksgiving. So they're remaking, for the most part, it seems like, The Wizard of Oz. So I don't know how Dorothy and Toto are going to feel about that. But now Dan Marino with M&M's for Real Diamonds. Of course, he never won a Super Bowl with the Miami Dolphins, but T.O. and Bruce Smith as well.
I've lost 2 Oscar races in the same year.
So find your comfort at M&M's and some diamond rings. All right. And now it's a hard life for youth sports, it looks like. Dove. Oh my God. Okay, what do we got now? Sort of the same commercial. Okay, yeah, it is. They just went quiet with the music and then brought it back. Is that Patrick Swayze?
If you were a
Jesus Christ. It's fucking CBS's show Ghost. They're watching a Patrick Swayze movie. Good God. So we'll probably get back to the action here with the local, CBS, commercial here. So, fumble. KC ball 1st and 10 unless San Francisco challenged. It clearly looked like the ball was loose, punched out, and clear recovery by the Chiefs. Another replay here. And yeah, that's a fumble. That's a fumble, all right. And then George Karlaftis on the recovery. So boiler up as Mahomes and the Chiefs will start 1st and 10 of the 27 out of the gun. Handoff to Isaiah Pacheco, but he's going to lose about 3 yards. So 2nd and long. San Fran was moving forward, turned the ball over. Now Kansas City, first play, going backwards. But it's early. A lot of football to be played. Really, in a big game like this, it is, but it isn't just another game. It's the fucking Super Bowl. So settle down, settle in. Quick pass, complete. Kelsey gets a yard, but 3rd and 12 coming up. So talk about momentum. Until really one of these teams gets going, it's just going to be not necessarily a standstill. We're just going to be deadlocked with, something's got to give eventually. There's going to be a big play at some point. What defense bends doesn't break. Defense wins championships, though. 3rd and 12. Roll out. Mahomes. Complete. And short. 4th and about 4. As Jerick McKinnon in his return makes the catch, but short of the first down marker. So 4th down, they'll punt. Can't capitalize off turnover. 49ers can get the ball back. And, talk about field position here. Both teams from 25, 27-yard line or so. 49ers are able to move the ball. Turnover. Chiefs lose a couple. They don't lose a couple yards on that opening play. They probably get a first down there. But drive stalls. They punt. Fair catch to the 23, 24-yard line. So 1st and 10. Bang, bang, Niner gang from there. And we'll go to another commercial break here. So what's next for the commercials here for Super Bowl 58? This spring, it looks like another Planet of the Apes movie. It's a wonderful day. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. And now Vince Vaughn for, along with Tom Brady. Looks like Bet MGM. Tom Brady's Tim Birdie, 7-time pole champion. All right. And now we got somebody cleaning somebody's feet. So they're talking about washing feet. And don't miss Usher in the Apple Super Bowl 58 halftime show. All right. And back to some still images of Super Bowl 54. And it'll be 1st and 10 San Fran here for their second drive. We're still tied at 0 if you're just now tuning in, as they had drive going. Probably should have got some points, but then they turned it over. Chiefs on the flip side of it, quick 3 and out and had to punt. So 49ers getting the ball back here. So we'll play on. As the 49ers are marching out of their own end zone.
During the break, look who came out. Be introduced. The great Joe Montana.
Yeah. 11 touchdowns, 0 interceptions of his
From the 24, 1st and 10. Purdy out of the gun. 2 backs to his rights and lefts. Debo in motion over the middle, complete. Ayuk. And to the 42 he goes, 1st and 10. With under 10 to play in this first quarter here tonight in Super Bowl 58. And some eye candy. And then, yeah, just a simple post over the middle. And right on the money, 1st down. So 1st and 10 from the 42. Purdy up under center. And they'll run an end around near side. Debo Samuel going to lose about 2 yards. So 2nd and long coming up.
Great job by Schnell to extend out, basically set the edge. Both these teams want to get on the perimeter. The Niners did a good job running downhill. I think they're going to have a chance to run it right up the middle on Kansas City. The team speed is exceptional.
From the right hash, out of the eye, 2nd and 12 from the 40. And that's a false start. Yeah. Trent Williams, who's that man? Boomer Sooner, 5-yard penalty, back him up. So first penalty was a false start. It'll be 2nd and 17 now from 35, if I'm not mistaken. So probably get a run here or a quick pass. Get a 3rd and manageable and work from there, I'd have to think. Yeah, 2nd and 17. Empty set, 5 wide. Purdy, pump fakes. That's a hold. Yeah, it's coming back again. And throws back crossbody, caught. Kittle out past midfield. He gets the 1st down. This doesn't matter. It's coming back. They're going to replay it down. It's going to be 2nd and 27 because of Trent Williams again. Yep. Back-to-back penalties on back-to-back plays by the same player and Trent Williams. Former Skin. Been in San Fran now for a few seasons. And from a false start to a hold. Yeah. Takes away 1st down. I mean, great job by Purdy, though, to keep the play alive, regardless of the penalty. I mean, risky to throw across field the way he did. Kittle had to come back for it, which he was able to bring it in, made the catch, out past midfield, got like 19 on 2nd and 17 1st down, but 10-yard penalty backs him up. So 2nd and 27 now back of the 30. Or back of the 25, excuse me. And they'll work a 5 wide empty set again. 2nd and 27 from the 25. Quick bubble screen complete. McCaffrey. And he gets to the 33. So 3rd and 19. 3rd and 20, they say officially. All right. So unless they run a screen or unless they, run something deep down the middle. This drive's probably going to stall because of a couple penalties, and they'll off the punt, and Kansas City will get the ball back. Purdy gets a snap. Yeah, quick pass, complete. Debo gets to the 45 before being brought down, but he's short. Fourth down, they'll punt. So just play field position at this point, until somebody gets going. Both defenses are playing extremely well. I mean, KC with the fumble. Offense couldn't do anything. 49ers get the ball back. From a fumble to a couple penalties, I mean, they have nothing unless they probably have some points right now, to be honest with you. Truly, I mean, just shooting themselves in the foot. And now penalty on San Francisco here again for a false start. So they'll pack them up another 5 yards on the punt. I don't know if that was intentional or not to get them, because they're right there close to midfield for a punt. Play field position to pin them deep. Intentional to back them up and get some breathing room to pin them deep, or 5 yard line on the return to the 10. Normally they'll take a delay game. 6 yard return, so Kansas City going to start here from the 11. And they'll go back to the commercials. So, I mean, it's not like San Francisco isn't doing anything. They shoot themselves in the foot. Turnover and 3 penalties. 2 that were crucial. The last one there was on fourth down. They're going to punt anyway. But, yeah. Mountain Dew. We're having a blast. Yeah. So we'll see what Kansas City does here. They really didn't do much on their opening drive. This will be their second drive. So, I mean, you look at time of possession. Of course, San Francisco ahead in that right now just because they've had one more drive. But what the hell is this? Lindor chocolate. Valentine's Day's on Wednesday. Okay. Commercials at this point have absolutely sucked. Kawasaki getting the buggy and ride. There's the American Eagle. There's a brown bear. There's Stone Cold Steve Austin. Give me a hell yeah. So the Texas Rattlesnake and his dog. Hey, for Kawasaki Ridge, let's party in the back and grow our mullets. Ken Jeong for Popeyes. So Ken Jeong has come out of the frozen chamber, has been eating nothing but Popeye's chicken, and Popeyes finally has wings. All right. What's this? We got aliens. And the guy from Jurassic Park. Oh, Jesus Christ. Apartments.com for aliens. Yeah, like they're going to want to live in apartments. Aliens, well, they'll give them whatever the fucking government gives them. Go back across the border where you fucking came from. But Usher again for the halftime show. And Chiefs 1st and 10 from the 11-yard line. We're tied at 0 here, 6:28 to play in the opening quarter in Super Bowl 58. Out of the gun, Mahomes gets a snap, hands off Pacheco, and out past the 20, he goes for a first down. Big hit, too, the marker, but he gets up. He runs, talk about mean and angry, high stepping his way for yardage. Just finds the hole and goes. A lot of red in this game. Of course, with the Niners and the Chiefs. Empty set, 5 wide, 1st and 10 from the 22. Mahomes looking to throw, gets sacked. Back of the 15-yard line, Mahomes goes down on the first sack of the game by Chase Young. As the 49ers arguably have one of, if not the best, defensive line in all of football. With 2 former Ohio State Buckeyes coming off the edge. From Nick Bosa to Chase Young. Clyde Edwards-Helaire comes in to the ball game. 2nd and 14 for the Chiefs. Quick pass complete, Rashee Rice. And he gets brought down right away. No gain on the play, so 3rd and long. 3rd and long for Kansas City. Still, something's got to give here. Something's got to give. Both these defenses are playing extremely well. And defense wins championships, but eventually, one of these offenses is going to break through. San Fran's still been playing better than Chiefs have to this point here early. Been able to move the ball. Turnover and penalties have hurt them. 3rd and long, Mahomes going to step up in the pocket, and then brought down after a few yard scamper. 4th down, no punt. So, yeah, back-to-back 3 and outs for the Chiefs. As no doubt about it, San Francisco's playing 10 times better than the Chiefs are right now. Like, they're fired up. You can tell. Kansas City, they got to get something going here. Still a lot of football to be played, but punt, boom to the 18-yard line, and a tackle right away. So 1st and 10, we'll see where they mark them at, but 3:53 to play in this first quarter. Yeah, field position, you know. 61-yard punt, they say. Yeah, that's a good acting job. The refs are letting him play here. Just this with a can of Pringles. Is Chris Pratt going to get his arm stuck in a Pringles can? Chris Pratt, they're saying he looks like the Pringles man. Because he has a... mustache similar to the Pringles man. Michelob Ultra.
Maybe a different beer?
Yeah, maybe a different beer.
Okay.
Fuck Anheuser-Busch. Ronaldo playing soccer on the beach. Same commercial for Michelob Ultra. And Dan Marino on a boat. Gonna throw a soccer ball back to the beach. I get that's football for all you people in Europe, but it's football. Or that's Messi, not Ronaldo, sorry. So Michelob Ultra commercial. Temu, which was either last year during the Super Bowl, the year prior, that they came onto the scene. So they're getting involved with the Temu AI commercial by the looks of it.
It was my passion, which is why I developed
name is Sarah. And so it's a perfect crossover opportunity.
What the fuck? Seriously, what the fuck? There is the 2024 Pro Football Hall of Fame class that was announced during NFL Honors on Thursday night. We saw earlier to begin the game, Pittsburgh Steelers defensive lineman Cam Hayward won this year's Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year award. So congratulations to him, and congrats to all the inductees into the 2024 Pro Football Hall of Fame class as well. 1st and 10, another penalty on the play. San Fran gives to McCaffrey for about 7 yards, but this looks like either a false start or an offside, maybe an illegal formation. But yeah, another flag on the play. They'll say offside on KC. Penalties decline with a 7-yard run, so it'll be 2nd and short. 2nd and about 3. Rather than take the penalty, get a 1st and 5, 2nd and 3. You could have went either way with it. So actually, they do accept it. So they take the down. Penalty is accepted. 1st and 5 now rather than 2nd and 3. All right. Like I said, you could have went either way with it. If you would have got 4 yards, you definitely would have took the penalty. They got 7. They had their choice. They take it. 1st and 5 out of the pistol from the 22 now. So handoff McCaffrey again. And the former Stanford Cardinal, runner-up for the Heisman. Drafted by the Carolina Panthers. They traded him to San Francisco middle of last year. Later on last year, of course, Purdy was named the starter. Philly beat him in the NFC Championship game because of his injury. Chiefs beat the Eagles in Super Bowl last year, but then here we are. Tonight, Super Bowl 4 rematch with 49ers and Chiefs. Really not a lot's changed. I mean, some personnel, with some players, handoff, 1st down run. But these teams are more similar than not. They're more alike than different. They're who they were then, and that's really what got them back to the game here once again tonight. Kansas City, though, this year, no doubt about it, they've relied more on their defense than I think than they have ever before, especially under Patrick Mahomes at the quarterback position. We've seen Andy Reid as a head coach in Philadelphia, the Kansas City, and all the conference championship game appearances and the Super Bowls, making his 5th today. And then San Francisco, reminds you a lot, no doubt about it, of the old school Denver Broncos. From Mike Shanahan now to Kyle Shanahan. From father to son and to the Bay with the 49ers. And, of course, their rich history with winning championships. So, pass incomplete, 3rd and 9 coming up, but still here, once again, something's got to give. And 58 years of Super Bowl. We've only had one game go to overtime. We are just... These defenses are locked in. They're making stops left and right. From the 30, 3rd and 9. Purdy. Pass far side. Complete. 1st down. We'll see where they mark him at. But that's a big 3rd down conversion. Simple out route on a post towards the 49er sideline. and the former Chief. As Brock Purdy looks to throw again, down the middle, caught. Big hit at the 32, but McLeod holds on. And then he dropped it, but I think they give him possession. That should be a catch, first down. So they're knocking on the door again, but of course, the turnover, the penalties earlier, like, oh, he had a man wide open. If he went deep, he walks in the end zone.
Remember they talked about him not having a big arm? He's got plenty of punch.
No, this too is accurate.
Yes, it is.
How about this? The last two passes in
So 1st and 10, San Fran.
IU, Samuel or Kittle.
Use check in motion. They'll fake the give to McCaffrey. Pump fake. And going deep. In the end zone, incomplete. Over through Brandon Ayuk. So incomplete, 2nd and 10 with 26 seconds to play in this first quarter.
You got 4 guys on one side of the field. You got pump fakes. I mean, Kansas City fortunate there that Ayuk didn't actually continue to run. Watch Ayuk right outside. If he continued that right outside there, he would have had a chance for a touchdown. Really aggressive play calling right now. That Kyle Shanahan, I love it. He said you got to come in here and take it.
Better run the ball. And they will, but Kansas City read it. They'll give him forward progress for what it's worth, but he's still going to lose about 3 yards. So 3rd and long. But in the meantime, 3rd and 14, they'll say. But yeah, that'll do it for the first quarter. They'll switch ends. And to begin the second, San Francisco's going to have a 3rd and long. So at the end of 15 minutes into Super Bowl 58, we're knotted up at 0. 49ers Chiefs. Yeah, we're scoreless 15 minutes in. So congrats if you had that as a prop bet. You know, once again, these defenses are playing stellar, stout, to say the least. This is a Starry commercial.
I just needed something more refreshing, more crisp. I'm a Starry now.
This is intense. He's so vulnerable. I love you. Yes. Oh, but you look good. Hola. Wow, Starry does taste better.
What the fuck? All right, there's Christopher Walken getting into a car.
It's the real deal. 100%.
He walked to his car. They're mocking Christopher Walken for all his lines in movies as he drives his car, gets coffee, goes for walks, getting tailored up, getting some makeup done. This is a car commercial, but this table worked for you. And then there's Usher. Did someone say yeah? We'll know and see the halftime show here in 15 minutes. Is it BMW? Yeah, BMW. House on fire with State Farm rescuing dogs. And it's Arnold Schwarzenegger. The Terminator saving the day. That's what I said, neighbor. Neighbor. Of course, he's flying a fucking helicopter. Get to the chopper. Pen and paper. That was the sheep. And you know it. Neighbor as he pops out of the bushes. This lady said labor. This is probably the best commercial thus far. Agent State Farm. Oh my. With Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito. Where's the baby at? Yeah, that was a good one. That was probably the best commercial yet. At the end of the first quarter, going into the second, State Farm with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito. That was a good one. That was a good one. So 3rd and 14 Niners. That's the 10th scoreless first quarter in Super Bowl history. So, do the math. There's been 48 then. You've had some points in the first 15, but 10, including this one, you haven't. So 3rd and 14 from about 37-yard line. Pressure. Chris Jones almost gets to him. Purdy going deep into the end zone. Good defensive play. Bat down, incomplete, 4th down. And they'll have a decision to make. Of course, Jake Moody, rookie kicker out of Michigan, 37-47. You're looking at about a, 54, 55-yard field goal coming up. He's missed a lot of kicks this year. If only they were still good as gold with Robbie Gold. I'd say kick it, but they're going to kick it. Of course, you're indoors, 55-yard field goal officially, but we'll see if he makes it or not. Kick's going to be up. Kick's going to be, all right, it's up and good. 49ers strike first, 3-0 with 14:48 to play in the first half. I'm going to say, punt, play, field position again. Pin them deep, maybe get the ball back on the next drive, drive and score, but long field goal right down the middle. And first points are a field goal. What the hell is this? Looks like Jello or some sort of animation. Don't tell me these are fucking gummy bears. Oh, they're Nerds gummy clusters. And now this summer, get another movie. Are they remaking Twister? It sure as hell looks like it, yep. Twisters is what it's going to be called. And now Tina Fey, Sarah Palin, Lisa Ann, what the fuck is this? Booking.com. All right. Homes.com. There's a portrait of somebody. Oh, this is Schitt's Creek. Lil Wayne on Meatloaf Mondays. Showing off $100,000 to the kids. And a big bottle of champagne. Just broke the building from apartments.com to homes.com. And now the Super Bowl live from Bikini Bottom is the game, yes, on CBS and Paramount Plus, but also on Nickelodeon with SpongeBob and Patrick. And that was a Super Bowl record, longest field goal of 55 yards made by Jake Moody. So history being made here already. I was going to say, okay, yeah, you kick it, you get the points. They have an early 3-0 lead now. We'll see what the Chiefs do. Touchback, first 10 from the 25-yard line here early second quarter. Versus you punt, you pin them deep, maybe get a stop, get the ball back, good field position, go from there. But because if you miss, the Chiefs then got, a short field. But believe in your kicker, and they do, and he makes it, and it's Super Bowl record. So 1st and 10 now. Chiefs from the 25-yard line. 3-0 49ers. Mahomes looking to throw, dumps off on the screen. Pacheco, and he gets about 7 yards out of bounds. So, yeah. We'll sit back and relax and watch this game now and see what the hell happens with the reset button here in a minute. Pour ourselves another one and see how bad, let alone good, these commercials are. But the halftime show coming up at halftime with Usher. But on a draw, Pacheco gonna spin, gonna be short, 3rd and yard. Yeah. Get up there and sneak it, but knowing them, they won't. Give it to him again. Third and a yard, and they're going to run wing T with a motion out of it. Still run it near side with Rashee Rice. And then he fumbled. Kansas City recovered. Justin Watson, 1st and 10, KC at the 38. So, yeah, they ran the wing T. They motioned the tight end in the middle to block. And then they still ran it near side. Pacheco is a blocker. Rashee Rice on the give. Fumbled it, yeah, or was he down? Hands down. Well, really doesn't matter. They still recovered. Really just be about a yard or two difference. 1st and 10 Chiefs, not worth the challenge, of course. Mahomes going to roll out, going to go deep. And in a double coverage, has a man of the 12. And it's... oh, shit, that's Mecole Hardman. Okay. 1st and goal. They're looking to now take their first lead, let alone tie it up. He had a man wide open. Kelsey's shrugging his shoulders like, what the hell? I'm wide open. Throw me the fucking ball. But Mahomes throws in a double coverage. And Hardman on the grab. I'm like, who the hell is 12? Mecole Hardman, 17. But remember, he left the Chiefs, went to the Jets, made his way back with a transaction, and then hand off Pacheco. And ball's out again, another fumble, 49ers recover. So 2 turnovers. And the defenses recover. 1st and 10, San Fran. If they capitalize off this, we'll see if they can, but tack on to their lead. 2nd time now, as the 49ers were knocking on the door, turn it over. Chiefs couldn't do anything with it. Chiefs, after a big play, fumble it, 49ers ball. So turnovers right now. Story of this game. And everyone is auditioning for T-Mobile. From Bradley Cooper and his mom to everybody else now, it seems like. No need to audition. And seemingly T-Mobile's giving away a lot of benefits if you sign up. Coors Light commercial. So from Michelob Ultra to some Silver Bullets, there's Lainey Wilson. And LL Cool J driving the Coors Light train. And all aboard the chill train. Usher with the halftime show once again. Yeah. Where's LA Knight at when you need him? Yeah. Dummy, let me talk to you. Earlier today, there's John Cena watching the FanDuel Kick of Destiny. And Rob Gronkowski missed it again. And Cena's like, yes, celebrating. Gronk missed it. There's Carl Weathers, who recently just passed away. Of course, known as Apollo Creed. It's a Thank You, Carl commercial for FanDuel. As, of course, he played for the Raiders. And they're in Vegas, home of the Silver and Black. And from Apollo Creed to Chubbs and everybody else he portrayed. And, of course, raise him up once again. Toby Keith, who also passed away. May they both rest in peace. Super Bowl fact with the second lost red zone fumble in the last 30. Or last 20 Super Bowls dating back to the 38. With the Patriots. So Purdy, 1st and 10. Rolls out. Gets about 8 yards. Flags come flying. He never really got brought down, but they might say horse collar tackle here. Personal foul on the defense. How? He would never hit the ground. He spun him around, but he never literally tackled him. All right. They still technically count that as a horse collar. He never stepped out until about an inch short. Penalty is going to make it a 1st and 10 anyway, but when it was going to be like about 2nd and 2, it looked like. But 49ers are now going to try to capitalize off this turnover. Out of the eye, 1st and 10 from the 32. They have a 3-0 lead. They toss it near side. Deebo Samuel about a yard. But, yeah, Kelsey was wide open on that play, and he was like, what the hell? And then he was, okay, hell yeah, he made the catch. And then the very next play, they turned it over. So now San Francisco is going to try to capitalize off it. But yeah, turnovers right now the story of this game. And like I said earlier, as San Francisco turned it over, Kansas City couldn't do anything with it. Chiefs turned it over. We'll see if the Niners can do anything with it here. It doesn't seem to be the case. They got 3rd and 8 coming up. We'll see what happens. But from, turnovers, mistakes, however you want to put it, whatever team makes less mistakes is going to win this game. So 3rd and 8 from the 33. And Purdy going to throw, step up, avoid a sack, and then he goes down. So 4th down, Chief defense gets off the field, getting the offense the ball back. So talk about, basic, complementary, fundamentally sound football. Hey, offense not really doing anything. These defense are showing out. They are. Defense wins championships. So we'll see if it's going to be like this the whole entire game or not, or if one of these offenses does get rolling in time. But under 10 now to play in the first half. We're 3-0 with the Chiefs getting the ball back. They're going to look to tie it up, let alone take their first lead, as they were knocking on the door before they turned it over a couple of minutes ago. So the 49ers punt. And a muffed punt at the 20. They recover it, though. And, yeah, Richie James is now 17. Mecole Hardman, 12. But remember, Hardman used to wear 17 before he went to the Jets. Made his way back to Kansas City. Made the big catch, but then they fumble it. So, defense gets the ball back. The turnovers are the story of the game right now. 55-yard field goal as well. But, you know, neither team could capitalize off turnovers, so they cancel each other out. So not really that big of a factor, even though it just been how the game's gone to this point. Still a lot of football to be played, though, so. Still, you know, settle down a little bit, you know. It does feel like they've settled in, but still emotions getting the best of a few, it seems like. What the hell is this? We're going back in time, it looks like, with Oreos.
Every little detail about our family will be on TV.
There's Kris Jenner.
All right, let me twist on it.
Let me twist on it, she says.
Wait a minute. Have you been twisting on everything this whole time?
Twist on it with Oreo. All right, and now, the E-Trade babies are back playing tennis. Is that Rick Fox?
Nothing to worry about. D-Trade from Morgan Stanley, we're ready for whatever gets served up.
Dude, you got a little bit of chest on. I'd rather work on St. Rubber Tiger Week.
Or college. Since you like to get schooled. It's a pretty good burn.
Got him. Game.
Get in the game with E-Trade, as E-Trade babies, more like infants, toddlers, playing tennis. And a cat commercial for Hellman's mayonnaise. Meow. There's Pete Davidson for Mayo Cat. Just dumped Pete Davidson. And now Paramount Plus Original for Halo. Okay, so we'll see what Kansas City does on the flip side of this now. You would think they're going to want to score some points here before too long. At least tie this game up, you know. Well, won't score a touchdown, take a lead, put the pressure on the 49ers. Especially, yeah, coming out of the half. The Chiefs are going to get the football. So you're probably looking at a drive to work some clock and get some points. You know, to get the ball back then early third quarter and go from there. Oh, God, that has to suck. An injury from running onto the field from the sideline, and then your knee buckles, and he probably just hurt himself. And didn't look good. Might be, of course, don't want to speculate with injuries, but might be out, might not return here today. So they're going to need somebody to step up on defense as the big dog has woken up from a nap and trying to get comfortable. And now Kansas City's got a 1st and 10. So talk about that excitement, you know. Just settle down, relax. And now they're going to bring the cart over to the sideline. What is this, fucking 1970? What is this, fucking Austin Powers? What kind of cart is that? 1st and 10 from the 20. Kelsey in motion. Mahomes going to throw. Pump fake. Voids a sack. Spins again. That's an intentional grounding. As he literally, like, basketball chest passed it to the line of scrimmage, but there's nobody there. Flag comes flying. Yeah, that'll be intentional grounding. Loss of down, be second and long. So all the penalties we've seen, they've been penalties. They have. They've let them play. They've called everything that's been a penalty. So,
Well, watch. This is really what we're talking about is this box area.
well, what you drew was not a box. What you drew is a triangle, Tony Romo. So go back to elementary school. Maybe you'll be a better broadcaster. Ooh, Jim, all the fucking time, and give us, something better to listen to.
You're right there, Jim. That's where the rush contains. See how everyone's staying in the rush contain on the outside chase?
Nobody's open. I mean, what is he supposed to do? He's not Superman, even though everybody makes out Patrick Mahomes to be, the next best thing, next big thing. But I guess from the left hash, now they'll spot it on the right hash, 2nd and 20, after the intentional grounding. 9:07 to play in the half, 3-0 Niners. Back at the 10-yard line. So Kelsey in motion again, top of your screen. And they'll run a draw up the middle. And for 5 yards to the 15, you got a 3rd and 15. So give me a hell yeah. We saw Stone Cold in the Kawasaki commercial earlier, 3rd and 16 coming up for the Chiefs. Empty set, Mahomes. Going to step up and avoid a sack, and then he gets about 2, but before he goes down, so 4th down. They'll punt. San Francisco's getting the ball back. So now they could probably do some damage before halftime if they'd work clock. Try to extend their lead because they know they're not going to get the ball back until mid-3rd quarter. Because Kansas City, of course, won the toss, deferred, they'll get the ball to begin the second half. What San Francisco needs right now is a drive, tack on their lead, whether it's another field goal, 6-0, score, 2-point, or score 2-possession game at 10, as the Chiefs punt once again. So fair catch at the 33. Some pushing and shoving. Refs are trying to break it up. So 1st and 10, San Fran from there. 3 timeouts, 7:49, and a 2-minute warning to come here before we hit halftime with Usher. And low scoring, Reese Cups. They're making a change to Reese Cups? I don't fucking think so. It's caramel, not caramel. And now they say yeah. So they're only making a few of them. Granny just went through a table. The caramel big cup for Reese's. All right. And now a cat playing with toilet paper, a dog barking. Looks like aliens are taking over the world. They say hello down there. A website makes it real Squarespace with aliens. All right, where's Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith at? I didn't want to see that. Got a Bass Pro Shops commercial.
Sometimes I imagine what I write today for my dear friend Margaret. I remind people that all hate thrives on
And now
silence. The people who will change the nation are those who speak up, who refuse to be
Standing Up to Hate. All right. Knuckles is a Paramount Plus series. Where's Jim Carrey at? Just talked about Tracker Boats. The new show premieres tonight on CBS, so they've been promoting all football season to premiere after the Super Bowl. Well, we're finally here. So that'll be on tonight after the Super Bowl. And then there's the Sphere in Las Vegas. And 1st and 10 Niners. Up 3, 7:49 to play in the first half. 3-0 your score. Ball 33-yard line. A ways to go, but yeah, if I'm San Fran, I'm going to try to work some clock here. Pass over the middle, incomplete, 10 for Deebo Samuel. But yeah, work some clock, get some more points here, put the pressure on the Chiefs, because Kansas City has not done a damn thing offensively other than that big pass play and then the very next play, a fumble. Everything else, yeah, they've gotten a first down or two here and there, but everything else is, been only a couple yards or negative yardage for that matter, and punts. Whereas the 49ers sort of gotten away from the run. We'll see if they get back to it here. But they've controlled the clock for the most part. They've been able to move the ball. Yeah, they turn it over themselves. Chiefs didn't do anything with it. Pass over the middle, caught. Deebo. First down for 12 to the 45. So they'll move the sticks, 1st and 10. But yeah, they've, for the most part, been able to move the football. Even though they turned it over, Chiefs didn't do anything with it. And then they kicked the long field goal. And just they're still chopping, but they haven't been able to, get the tree down the whole way and score more than 3 points than they have. So 1st and 10 from the 45 for the 49ers. Purdy fakes the give and complete. McCaffrey at midfield, sandwiched on the tackle. And after a pickup of 6, it'll be 2nd and 4. Yeah, a little awkward on the landing on that tackle. Legs splitting out from under him. Saw a knee injury earlier. So, yeah. You can tell he was wincing in pain as he went down the tackle, but he gets up. He's fine. He's tough. And McCaffrey on the run. First down, San Fran, and showing everybody, as we know from the longest yard and saw Stone Cold earlier, McCaffrey showing us all how a white man runs a football. 1st and 10 Niners. 6:03 and counting to play in this first half. So they're going to try to score some more points here before halftime, because they're not going to get it back until mid-third quarter or so, because Kansas City's getting the ball back to begin the second half. I mean, if they score quick, maybe Kansas City does something before halftime, does something then early third quarter, and then we're back and forth in the second half. But that's what I'm saying. If I'm San Fran, I'm working some clock here. Hand off Elijah Mitchell, and he gets about 6, maybe 7, 2nd and short coming up. But yeah, I'd work some clock and hope to get some more points. And then you have a 2-score lead at halftime. Unless they score quick, you're up 3, up 7. And then they still get the ball back early third quarter. You still might be tied, or you still might be having a lead. You still might be down for all we know. We'll see how it plays out. But, like, with a lead, not much of a lead. It's 3. It's 3-0, under 5 now. Another run for about a yard or so. 3rd and short coming up. But, like, they're San Francisco 49ers, late flags come flying. This will be unsportsmanlike conduct on the Chiefs defense. So they need to, like, really settle down. They're letting emotions get the better of them. Like, 49ers are headstrong. They're playing smart. But call is here. After the play, personal foul on the defense, 15 yards, automatic first down. So just continuing to inch closer and closer, add some more points. But San Francisco's truly, like, you think about it, controlled this game. Because they've been able to move the football, they've controlled the clock, they have a running game. They're not, doing anything stupid like that with penalties. They had a couple of the first few penalties with a false start and a hold. 7 total penalties now. Quarter and a half in. 4 by the Chiefs, 3 by the Niners. But as San Francisco was shooting themselves in the foot with that turnover, Chiefs aren't doing with it, penalties. Chiefs still haven't done a damn thing other than that big play and then the turnover. At least San Francisco's moving the football. They have that to build off of. Kansas City's, like, just stuck. Purdy's pass over the middle, incomplete. So 2nd and 10. The Chiefs are literally, like, just still going through the motions. They are. And they're not playing smart. They're shooting themselves in the foot with penalties. But you know what this is going to make with first half, the way it's gone, you would think at least an exciting second half. Because something's still got to give. So 2nd and 10 after the incompletion. From the 21. Bubble screen, double pass. And it goes back far side. McCaffrey's got a convoy inside the 10-5. Touchdown 49ers. That's a shorter distance of a Super Bowl 40 double pass, if you will. If you know, you know, and the Chiefs defense gets caught off guard. And see a replay. Yeah, that's a double pass, all right, behind the line of scrimmage. And then Jennings with a passing touchdown to Christian McCaffrey, who then walks in. So from a field goal to a touchdown, the Niners with 9. Moody's extra point makes it 10-0 San Francisco on top of Kansas City here. 4:23 to play in the first half. And what I say earlier about a wacky trick play of some sorts. Well, voila, there you go. It's the last game of the year. You might as well go all out. NFL went all in with Vegas hosting the Super Bowl. Got Ben Affleck back with Dunkin' Donuts. There's J-Lo. Oh, my God. And the Boston Massacre with Ben Affleck and the Dunkins. There's Tom Brady as the DJ. And Matt Damon. Oh, my God. So they interrupt J-Lo's recording session. How do you like them donuts? Are we going to be on the album? We'll talk about this. Let's go. Tom, you can stay, says J-Lo. That'll get people talking. Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, move over. If J-Lo says, Tom, you can stay after Ben Affleck leaves the studio for Dunkin' Donuts, there you go with that. Joking aside, that was a damn good commercial. That was funny. That was pretty good. So an FX commercial for one of their returning shows. And from Big Bang Theory to Young Sheldon, never watched either of them. The final season of Young Sheldon on CBS commercial here. So back to the action here. It looks like as Kansas City's now in a hole, down 10-0. Once again, as I said earlier, they're not used to playing from behind. That's the 49ers. Kansas City's used to having a lead and holding it. San Fran on the flip side, they've come from down against the Packers and Lions and won, and now they have a lead. So, but remember, Super Bowl 54, the 49ers had a lead with 6 minutes to go. They're up 20-10. And the Chiefs came back and won it by 11, 31-20. So with 4.5 to play in the first half, we still got the whole second half to go. There's still a lot of football to be played. So, of course, they just can't let this game get away from them. Then they'll be in trouble. You're down 2 scores. Of course, you don't get down, 2.5, 3 scores any more than, that. Especially when time ain't on your side because you haven't controlled the clock. But San Francisco's really from the start controlled this game. They have. Even though they were shooting themselves in the foot early, they've now found some momentum. Kansas City's still stuck. They are. So, pitch to Pacheco, and he gets about 7, maybe 8 yards far side. So, second and short coming up for the Chiefs. 4:09 and counting to play in the first half. They got 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. Plus, they'll get the ball back to begin the second half. So, they could potentially tie this game up come early third quarter for all we know. Let alone have a 4-point lead. Let alone be down 4, with depending on what they get. If they score, let alone maybe only field goal, maybe nothing. Maybe it's still 10-0. And then the pressure's really on then come second half. 2nd and 2. We'll see what happens. Make it 1st and 10. About the 40-yard line. So,
Personnel ran it right at him, and you're expecting them to throw the ball, but right now they haven't protected Mahomes as well. And right now you got to give the edge to Purdy. I mean, Mahomes under more pressure. How about Brock Purdy in the start?
1st and 10 here. Chiefs just cracked 100 total yards. Mahomes pass complete. Pacheco for about 6 to the 45. 2nd down.
Mahomes takes another hit. Gregory pushes Donovan Smith right to the ground. This is the defense we talked about coming in. The Niners cannot win the Super Bowl. This is from Coach Wilkes. If the defense doesn't do it, it means you can't let them Mahomes has done a great job of keeping it in there.
So 2nd and 4, KC from the 45. Mahomes is going to hand off Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who gets brought down right away. No gain on the play. Injured chief offensive lineman, it looks like. Clyde did not play in the 54 matchup with these two, as he was drafted in the first round the following spring in the 2020 draft. Had a good rookie year, really hasn't been the same since. Of course, Andy Reid with a committee of running backs, regardless of where he's been at, from Philadelphia to Kansas City as a head coach. 2-minute warning. Kansas City down 10-0 49ers here. As we near halftime, and Usher performing at the halftime show. Is that Simone Biles? This is TurboTax Super Bowl file. No, that's not Simone Biles. We had JB, James Brown, and Bill Cowher, the Hall of Fame Super Bowl winning head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, in a commercial for the Super Bowl file for TurboTax the pregame to kick off to win $1 million. But, from Clyde to Pacheco. Remember, Damian Williams was the one who was running wild on San Fran. Technically, 5 seasons ago, but 4 years ago. The hell is this?
I got this.
Protecting your business from cyber attacks can be unrelenting. Today's adversaries move fast. CrowdStrike
So they're stopping the breach on cyber attacks in the Old West. Okay. Been a few good commercials. Everything else has been shitty.
Move your phone down. One Jason frame. Hold for
Bye.
photo.
2 minutes to play here. 2-minute warning in the first half. 49ers up on the Chiefs 10-0. But Kansas City with the ball. Looking to answer. Looking to get their first points on the board. Cut the lead. Do something, of course, just before halftime. We'll have an extended halftime because of the halftime show. Normally the NFL halftimes are 10 minutes long. But halftime show, it's going to be double, if not triple, that time, from 20, 25, 30 minutes. With about a 10, 12, 15 minute halftime performance. But then remember, the Chiefs are getting the ball back to begin the second half, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, we'll see what happens. That's why the game's getting played, side on paper, side on field. A lot of people, including myself, split on, who you want to win this game with the 49ers and Chiefs. Chiefs and 49ers, however you want to put it. The AFC and NFC champions meet in the Super Bowl for the 58th consecutive year. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Like, that's just how damn good these two teams are, But it's been from turnovers to penalties. Really, the 49ers, that's a false start. Yep. 5 yards, back them up. Rather 3rd and 4, go 3rd and 9 now. So the play call is going to change. But the 49ers defense and San Francisco really, just from the start, controlling this game. Kansas City just shooting themselves in the foot left and right. But the 49ers defense making the stops they need to make. So 3rd and 9. Mahomes looking to throw. Gonna step up, avoid a sack. Over the middle, caught. Justin Watson gets a block by Kelsey and gets inside the 40, 1st and 10. Flag on the play, though. This might be coming back again. All right, it's defensive hold. They'll decline. It'll be a 1st and 10. I didn't see no penalty, but it's declined anyway with the first down. So 1st and 10, Chiefs from the 39. Empty set, low snap. Mahomes going to pump fake. Down the middle on a bullet, incomplete. Intended for Watson again inside the 20 to 18. So 2nd and 10. Remember, they got inside the 10 on that big pass play to Mecole Hardman. Very next play, though, a fumble. They turned it over. Turnovers cancel each other, though, because neither team could capitalize off of them. But then as the Chiefs got the ball back, they still couldn't do anything. The 49ers then drove and scored. So now the Chiefs are trying to still do something here. They haven't done jack shit. They're still going through the damn motions. They are. 2nd and 10, KC from 39. And Pacheco on a screen. Gets about 7, maybe 8 out of bounds near side. Be 3rd and short, about 3rd and 3 coming up. So got, they say 3rd and 2 officially. 3rd and long 2. Minute 40 play as clock stops. Of course, got out of bounds. They got 3 timeouts. So first things first, I'd get a 1st down. work from there. But yeah, the 49ers have done a damn good job of holding Kelsey to one catch in this first half thus far. Slant caught Rashee Rice to the 25-yard line. 1st and 10. There's one thing I was going to talk about earlier, just haven't got to it yet. But, with these offenses, the running game, okay, the defenses, as stout as they are, keep an eye on special teams once again. But the tight ends, look, Kelsey has one catch, pass over the middle, Rice again, 1st down to the 13. So they're knocking on the door. They're going to hope for a touchdown, especially with, less than 15 yards to go. They're going to stop the clock with a timeout. They'll reset the clock probably minute 6, minute 8, or minute 3. 1st and 10. Rather than have to settle for field goal with a whole minute to go, See if they get, pretty down here. Trick play, potentially, like San Fran did. Turn it over again for all we know, like they did as well. We'll see. I mean, you're going to want to get some points. You got to settle for 3, then so be it. Kick the field goal. But, you'd think that they're going to hope for a touchdown here to cut the lead to only 3, and then they get the ball back early the second half into the third quarter, and then you can tie it up with a field goal. Let them take your own lead, we'll score another touchdown and pressure on the 49ers. But, yeah, Kelsey, one catch. Kittle has nothing for San Fran, so it's who's stepping up behind, their top playmakers. And 2024, an election year, so here's a politic commercial. And it's strictly up to you, even though they'll count votes for dead people and people who legally can't vote, and do whatever they got to do to add to the total. But there's a politic vote independent commercial for Bobby Kennedy Jr. So it seems like he is officially running for president. I mean, why else would he have a Super Bowl commercial tonight? As that will ramp up this summer, and then the election in the fall. And are we talking about pop, soda, a little bit of the bubbly? Poppy. All right, yeah, I can get behind that, because soda, it is pop. Okay, it's not Pepsi or Coke or soda. It is pop. So bubbly has some competition with Poppy. So 1st and 10 after the timeout. Minute 9 to play in the first half. So they add that time back when they initially called the timeout. So they reset the clock. Still got 2 timeouts here, but they're knocking on the door looking to cut this lead. Who's it going to be? First and 10. And a bubble screen complete. Rashee Rice. And to the 11 he goes. 2nd and about 6, maybe 7. Under a minute now. Yeah, 2nd and 7. They're in no hurry here. I mean, they have the weapons. I mean, Rashee Rice has really turned into the number 1 receiver, no doubt about it. But you have Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Mecole Hardman had a catch earlier. Kelsey at tight ends, really their number 1 target. Hand off to Rice out of the backfield. Remember, gave it to him earlier too, like that. Fumbled, they recovered. Then they had the big play, but they'll call another timeout here. 3rd down coming up, 29 seconds to play in the half. Halftime show coming up momentarily. So Question is, yeah, who's it going to be for KC? I mean, Justin Watson has a couple catches here. Of course, at halftime, we'll pull up some stats and scores. But officially 3rd and 5, they say.
No team has ever won the Super Bowl after being shut out in the first half, 13 all time. So
No team, that's an interesting stat. No team has ever won the Super Bowl when getting shut out in the first half. They're 0-13 all time. That's not saying they can't come from behind if they have some points, but if you're scoreless at halftime, you're not winning the Super Bowl because nobody's done it. 3rd and 5, but I mean, from the 9, okay, from seeing what happens here, you don't score a touchdown, you kick a field goal. Mahomes pump fakes, gets sacked. Maybe San Fran takes a timeout to save some time, but KC can just drain this clock and kick a field goal on 4th down here. Got a whistle. I think San Francisco called time with 15 seconds. They might reset the clock. We'll see, but yeah, this Niner defense just bang, bang, getting to Patrick Mahomes. So they'll kick a field goal here. Of course, don't want to give them the announcer jinx, but they show the graphic. They say he hasn't missed. Technically, he hasn't. He's perfect. 7 of 7 on extra points and field goals this postseason. Why don't you roll the dice for one more 7 since we're in Vegas for the Super Bowl? 28-yard field goal to give Kansas City their first points here to cut the lead. Down 10-0. They get 10-3. They reset the clock with the 49er timeout as well to 23 seconds. So San Fran going to get the ball back with 2 timeouts and a little bit of time if they don't do anything. Buckers field goal up and good. So 10-3. So at least they get some points. They have something to work off now in the second half. You're going to hope to get a stop, of course, not give up anything to San Fran with 2 timeouts and 20 seconds before halftime. You're going to try to keep it 10-3. Chiefs once again get the ball back to begin the second half because they won the coin toss. They deferred their option, their choice the second half. They kicked off to begin the game, so they get the ball to begin the third quarter. So if they can, hold here in the final 20 seconds after kicking a field goal, okay, get the ball back, drive, score with another field goal, you're down 4, then 10-6, tied up with a touchdown, 10-10, it's a whole new ball game then third quarter. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here, folks. That's why we play the game. But Chiefs on to kick off. 49ers back deep to receive here. We'll see if they even do anything. Of course, you don't want to do anything stupid, but, touchback here. You got 2 timeouts, 20 seconds to go 75 yards or at least get in field goal range. I mean, you want to air it out, go ahead. Because you're not going to get the ball back as you are now for potentially like an hour of real time. Think about it. Or damn near close to it with final 20 seconds here, but then the extended half, and then the Chiefs are getting the ball back to begin the third quarter. So you're going to have to, reset. Hand off McCaffrey. He gets about 7 to the 32. Timeout with 10 seconds. No, they're going to let the clock wind. Some pushing and shoving, but hey, just let the clock run out. And the refs pull them apart. Clock expires. We hit halftime. 49ers leading the Chiefs 10-3 here. 30 minutes in Super Bowl 58. And the Chiefs will get the ball back to begin the second half. So kick a field goal, score a touchdown early third quarter, you're still right in it, as you are now. You just have a couple more points on the board. Their defense is going to have to start making some stops to the Chiefs, that is. Because San Francisco already is. San Francisco really just, think about it, has to keep doing what they're doing. They're going to win this game. You know, not do anything stupid. That's why Kansas City's in the spot they're in, because they've fucked up. They've shot themselves in the foot with stupid penalties. Both teams got to turn the ball over, but neither team was able to, you know, capitalize off it on the flip side to it. So cancel that. But really, San Francisco has controlled this game as they show off some highlights. And the difference in this game is a trick play, unless we'd be tied at 3 now at halftime. Because remember, 49ers got on the board with a Super Bowl record 55-yard field goal, 3-0, and then Chiefs still weren't able to do anything. And from then until the trick play, which was a double pass, Brock Purdy to Juwan Jennings, and then pass back to Christian McCaffrey, and then convoy down the far sideline, he's in the end zone, touchdown. 10-0, Chiefs kick a field goal. 10-3 at halftime. So you don't have that trick play for a touchdown. It's 3-3. Chiefs getting the ball back. Begin the second half. Tied rather than down. And, you know, can take a lead, potentially. But now because, you know, they were lost and caught up in the moment, if you will, just shooting themselves in the foot. You know, we'll get to the stats with the 2 turnovers, all the penalties we've seen. The refs will let them play, though. They've called the clear-cut, obvious fouls. There hasn't been anything asinine, you know, that we always see out of the NFL refs. You know, they're letting them play tonight, and rightfully so, as they should. You know, it's a fucking Super Bowl, for God's sakes. You know, so go out, leave it all out in the line. Leave it all out in the field, go balls to the wall. You know, you'll be remembered if you win. You lose, well, yeah, you'll be remembered for that too, but you're not going to have a ring. All anybody ever remembers, whether you won or lost, especially the Super Bowl. You're going to be a champion then. But, hey, a Sheets commercial during the Super Bowl. So feed your inner Sheets freak. Take that, Wawa.
Dude, have we been sneaking fries again? What's this?
That's a good one.
Why the sheets?
Why the Sheets not? Can't beat it. Can't beat it. So let's pour ourselves another drink here. Rest in peace to Toby Keith.
After the surgery, I went through cardiac rehab, which put me back on a much healthier life. Let me be with my grandchildren.
Yeah, rest in peace to the big dog daddy. A true, real American legend. As we said at halftime in the Super Bowl, 49ers leading the Chiefs 10-3. But we got Usher coming up at halftime. It is officially 8:15 on the East Coast. So pretty long first half. But you look at the stats. I mean, and then the difference once again is a trick play. It is. It's a double pass for a touchdown, and that's why San Francisco is up 10-3 right now. But you once again look at the stats here. They've controlled this game from the start. As they give us the NFL Today. Of course, the game's on CBS, but for pregame, but here we are at the halftime show. We're going to show some stats and highlights. Give their 2 cents, but yeah, controlling the game from the get-go. the turnovers cancel each other because neither team was able to capitalize. The penalties, bout split, time possession in favor of San Fran. And Kansas City's going to have to do something, you know. What that specifically is, I right now don't know. I'm sure they have something up their sleeve. We'll all find out together. But really, this is San Francisco's game to lose. It is. Like, once again, they've controlled this game. The difference is still the double pass, trick play for a touchdown. But they have a running game. You know, Kansas City doesn't. And their defense is making stops. You know, Kansas City's offense is being shut down. You know, like, they're just stuck. San Francisco's not letting Mahomes and company do a damn thing. So if San Francisco can continue to do what they've done this whole entire first half and play a full 60, just not a 30, you know, like, don't allow Kansas City to come back like they did a couple years ago. If San Francisco can continue to do what they've done so far in this game, they're going to win. You still can't count out Mahomes and the Chiefs, though. If their defense steps up and makes a couple stops, puts pressure on Purdy, stops the running game, you got a turnover or two, you know, coming again potentially. We'll see. You know, we had one big play by the Chiefs. Very next play, turn it over. The big play by the 49ers was a touchdown. It was a trick play. But can Kansas City, a team that I'm not saying they can't come from behind, because they've done that, especially in the Super Bowl before. But then they've also been in the same spot in a Super Bowl. You go back to 54 and 55. They were down the 49ers in the fourth quarter. They came back and won. But then the very next year in 55 against the Bucks, this has that same sort of feeling. They're getting shut down. They're making look like they're, you know, nothing, you know. And we just know how that game finished. They got blown out. So you've had a little bit of, you know, both. And then last year, of course, they went on a game-winning field goal. Okay, you have the field goal tonight to get some points before halftime. You're getting the ball out of the second half. That's really the only good thing going for them right now. They got some points before halftime, and they're getting the ball to begin the second half because they won the coin toss and deferred. That's the only thing good going for the Chiefs, truly. 49ers keep doing what they're doing, they're going to win. But you see, once again with the Chiefs, I'm not counting them out, but they're just 9 times out of 10 not used to doing this, coming from behind. You know, like, you go back a couple months, a couple weeks before Christmas. What's wrong with the Chiefs? Nothing's wrong with the Chiefs. They're just, you know, not winning the games they're expected to win. They'll be fine. Remember, both these teams lost on Christmas. At home, for that matter. Okay? And neither of them have lost since. And from then until now, we get a rematch, and it does set up a great second half. So we think, you know, like, it's going to be down to the wire. I mean, you're looking at right now, maybe the first team to 20 points wins this game with a 10-3 halftime. Oh, we're halfway there for the 49ers. Kansas City's, you know, a couple scores down from that margin. But, you know, just once again, if San Francisco can continue to do what they've done tonight, they're going to win this game. Something's got to give for the Chiefs.
Beauty is back.
Beauty fade.
Judge Beauty for Judge Judy.
Boss was overspending on beauty. She's wasting company funds.
$92 on foundation. I just wanted to look glowy.
That stuff isn't even cruelty free.
I find you guilty and sentence you to $14 glowy skin.
Your Honor, in my humble opinion, that is more of a reward.
In my humble opinion, you're a putz.
Judge Beauty secrets, eyes, lips, facts.
In LV trust.
Good God. What the fuck?
Crap. That's a really good gift.
Now we gotta get friends something.
Now the Statue of Liberty being delivered from France to the United States of America.
Anyone?
Cheese. They like cheese.
Brilliant.
The French like cheese. So later in France, a cheese board was delivered to the French for the Statue of Liberty via Etsy. Good God. And now the halftime show with Usher. The Apple Music halftime show is rated U, as it may cause singing, dancing, sweating, gyrating, and some possible other shit. So here's the halftime show for Super Bowl 58 with Usher. As he's in a white robe, sitting on a diamond-looking chair. And they got a lot of members of this halftime show. They go from a small stage in the end zone. There's probably a bigger one in the middle of the field. Some dude just flew across from one side to the other. Yeah, a lot of members from whether they're dancers, backup singers. Looks like there's a marching band. So we'll see how this goes and then get back into the game.
But if you do call, Lord of God answers prayers. They said I wouldn't make it. They said I wouldn't be here today. But I am. Hey, Mama, we made it.
He says, "Hey, Mama, we made it." He's performing the halftime show of the Super Bowl in Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. You would have thought they would have got Elvis since he's still alive, but they got Usher instead. So now he's on the center stage at midfield. So now they cut to the piano. Are we getting any surprises during this halftime show? Is that Alicia Keys? Yeah. So Usher goes from the earpiece mic to a handheld. Yeet. And now he's literally standing in the middle of the stage. Got a full band near side, bottom of your screen, but he's, of course, with the technology nowadays, the screen on the stage is a big clock. So now he's taking off his clothes. So people are going to go nuts over that. Now they're on roller skates. So wardrobe change. And where's Lil Jon at? There he is. And they're turning down for what? That's J.J. Watt on the NFL Today crew. T.J. Watt, Steeler linebacker, got robbed of Defensive Player of the Year. But from turn down for Watt to yeah, peace up, A-Town down. There's Luda. And that does it for Usher with the halftime show here at Super Bowl 58. So, yeah. But, all right. Chiefs getting the ball to begin the second half. Thanks for tuning in and watching my NFL Super Bowl 58, Kansas City Chiefs versus 49ers, live watch all interactions, live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That's Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram with the red subscribe button, notification button, next is what I said date. Thumbs up button if you're enjoying. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Chiefs, hashtag 49ers, hashtag Super Bowl. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. As this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Be sure to go check out them as well. Links also in the description below. So pull up some stats. As we said at halftime, 49ers up 10-3. Brock Purdy, 10 of 15, 123 yards passing. Sacked once. Juwan Jennings has the 21-yard passing touchdown, though, on a trick play, double pass. Purdy to him. It was a legal backwards pass, which then, of course, led to him being able to, throw it forward again, because if, Purdy's pass was forward, it would have been, penalty and then brought back and there would have been no touchdown. But before the pass, of course, to Christian McCaffrey. So, yeah, Brock Purdy, 10 of 15, 123 yards passing, sacked once. Juwan Jennings, 1 of 1, 21 yards in the passing touchdown. It was on a trick play, double pass from Brock Purdy to Juwan Jennings to Christian McCaffrey, who has 9 carries, 33 yards rushing, and then 5 catches, 47 yards, and the receiving touchdown from 21 yards. Deebo Samuel has 2 catches, 24 yards. And then everyone else, Ray McLeod, Kyle Juszczyk, Chris Conley, the former Chief, and Brandon Ayuk, all have 1 catch for 18 yards apiece, all 4 of them. Both offenses have a fumble, so defenses have recoveries, but of course, teams weren't able to capitalize off of those turnovers. Jake Moody's 55-yard field goal was good and is now a Super Bowl record. Kansas City's field goal from Harrison Butker just before halftime was also good from 28 yards to get the Chiefs on the board. So they have some life before halftime. They're also getting the ball back to begin the second half. Patrick Mahomes at halftime, 11 of 13, 123 yards on the dot as well. Who would have thought? Both quarterbacks, from Mahomes to Purdy, 123 yards apiece at halftime. 2 of 5 on the sacks for the 49er defense on Mahomes, I might add, as well. Pacheco has 7 carries, 27 yards. Mecole Hardman, the catcher, 52 yards. Remember, the next play, they turned it over on a fumble. Justin Watson has a catch, 21 yards. Pacheco, 3 of 21. Rashee Rice has 4 catches, 20 yards. And then Jerick McKinnon has a catch for 8 yards in his return. Travis Kelce, though, 1 catch, 1 yard. The 49er defense, 49ers in general, have controlled this game. They've shut down Kelce. Chiefs have shut down Kittle, though, as well, I might add. So who's stepping up behind the tight ends? But, from, this playmaker to that playmaker, it's a, team sport, no I in team. Let alone there's no I in Super Bowl, let alone Kansas. There is in City and Chiefs, let alone saying, but yeah, Francisco and nothing in 49ers because there's numbers involved in the team name. But, you have 53 on the active roster for a reason. You have your practice squad guys who have also got you to this point. It's a team sport. But who's going to step up and make a play when the game's on the line here? What defense bends doesn't break. His defense wins championships. Look at this low-scoring, 10-3 game at halftime in the Super Bowl right now. Everybody thought it was going to be, high-scoring shootout. No, here we are. Low as low-scoring can get. And the difference is a trick play for a touchdown, or else we'd be tied at 3 at halftime. So, like I said, the only good thing going for the Chiefs right now is they got points right before halftime, as they've, fucked up the whole entire, and been fucking around the whole entire first half. Really haven't done shit, because the 49ers stopped them. They've, been controlling the game. They have. San Francisco, this is their game to lose at this point. But the trick play is the difference. But the only good thing going for the Chiefs right now is the field goal before halftime, and they're getting the ball back to begin the second half here. Or else, they'd be up shit creek without a paddle. And they still might be if they don't get something going. We had 2 turnovers. Nothing off of them, though. So, what about turnover to second half? What about a big play, this second half? Talk about momentum. Talk about field position, time of possession. Things like that. So, yeah, from the run game, it's been Pacheco, McCaffrey, nobody else. The tight ends are non-existent. Defenses have played well. San Francisco's played better. Special teams. You have 2 field goals. You have field position. The 2 turnovers are canceled out because they're split, and nobody capitalized off of them. Like I said, you look at time of possession. That's in favor of San Fran. Pull some total team stats here at the half as well, as the refs have let them play. They have. We'll see if that stays true the second half, but 49ers with 12 first downs compared to the Chiefs 7. Neither team really able to convert on third down, but from 1 of 4 to 3 of 7, there's that. San Francisco, 7-point lead, has what? About 30 odd yards more than the Chiefs, and that's really because of you think about it, that touchdown, with 140 of them being passing, 118 for KC. Rushing, they're both under 50, 49 to 39. 8 penalties for 70 yards total. 3 of them for the Niners. Remember, those were all early, though. Those were all in one drive. They had a false start and a hold on back-to-back plays. And then the drive stalled. They had a 4th down. And then no false start. And they haven't done anything bad in that regard since. The Chiefs with 5 penalties for 50 yards. 2 total turnovers, 1 apiece. Neither team was able to capitalize. Yeah, good 5-minute difference. 17:07 and 12:53 for the Chiefs. So Kansas City needs to drive is what they need, to be honest with you. And they need to, cut this lead with a field goal or tie it up with a touchdown. And we got to have a football to be played here in the Super Bowl tonight, have football to be played in the season right now. So something's got to give. What does, we'll see. But, the experience factor really ain't, there. Because Kansas City's been there. They're playing like dog shit. San Francisco's been there too, but Purdy wasn't the quarterback then. And regardless if he's a, game manager at quarterback, the last pick, Mr. Irrelevant, undrafted rookie free agent, a first-round pick, doesn't fucking matter. He's got him this far, and he's got him half away from winning the fucking Super Bowl, for God's sakes. Okay? So, like I said, once again, this is San Francisco's game to lose as we enter the second half. We'll see what happens. 1st and 10, Chiefs from the 25-yard line to begin this third quarter. And they'll run a toss and a fumble. Pacheco brought down at the 11-yard line. So, Chiefs just... I don't know if that cockiness is catching up to him or what, but, just a pitch near side, and that's all Mahomes, completely behind him. No wonder he fucking dropped it. Luckily, he was able to recover it, because if not, San Francisco's right there to pounce on it, and they got a 1st and goal looking to add their lead, early third quarter. But 2nd and 22 now for the Chiefs, so... Like I said, they haven't really done much. They've only been in, San Francisco territory just prior to halftime to kick the field goal. Other than that, they've been getting a couple yards here or there, going backwards, and then punting. So 9 on that catch, but hey, it'd be a first down. They would have got some yards on first down play, but no, they lost 12 yards. So now after the 2nd and long, took it to 9, it's still 3rd and long, 3rd and 13. And so we'll see if they can convert, but 3rd and 12 officially, they said. They give them 10 at the 23. And Mahomes going to step up. Pump fakes, far side, it's picked off. And talk about turnovers, there you go again. Like, the Chiefs are just... They're not playing good. like I said, I don't know if it's everything caught up to them with the noise and that cockiness they've played with recently. That like it's them against the world. You know, you look at it now. I mean, they're up and down in Super Bowls. They win, they lose. They win, they're losing now. We'll see what the end result is. Oh, he had Kelsey wide open again. And he fucking overthrew him. You know, so that's on Mahomes. He threw the pick. Another turnover. So 2 by the Chiefs, 1 by the Niners. First 2, okay. Neither team capitalized, but turnover early third quarter. When you had a chance to cut the lead again, tie it up. You turn it over, though, they have a chance to capitalize off it to extend their lead. You're even in a bigger hole. You know, time it on your side in the second half, you're going to be done for. And this game, potentially, unless their defense can get a stop for them, get the ball back as if nothing happened, you know, you're going to be in trouble. This, once again, this is the 49ers game to lose. But incomplete after pressure, 2nd and 10. So still a lot of football to be played, though. But you just can't be turning the ball over and expecting to win, you know, especially when you haven't done anything to this point and you're still fucking up. False start by the Niners. Back them up 5 yards, 2nd and 15. But yeah, once again, we'll see what happens here, man. I mean, truly, we will. Second and 15. Purdy's pass incomplete. So 3rd down and long. Chief defense getting the stop they need. They got one more play here. They got to get off the field and get the ball back, and it'd still be okay as if they got the ball to begin the second half, even though they turn it over. Nothing happened, and you know you try to move it and still get some points because I'm not saying the Chiefs are done for. They're still in this game. They got to start fucking playing better, and they got to get stops on defense. Because if not, this game's going to get out of hand. I mean, you're already down 7. You want to be down 10 again? You want to be down 17? Potentially? So, quarterback keeper, but they bring them down in 4th and long, and they'll punt. So, like I said earlier, as the story with this Chief team this year has been their defense, you know? Like, they don't have as good of a defense as they have. They're probably not in the Super Bowl, you know? Even though, offense scores points, defense wins championships. You just find ways to win, and this is what it took for them to get to this point now. 49ers are still truly who they've been, and, you know, it's from one quarterback to the next, they're still able to win. Well, from the 25-yard line touchback now, the Chiefs are going to start this drive from the 2 because the 49ers just pinned them deep inside the 5-yard line. So, 1st and 10, KC from the 2 when we come back. Still 10-3. So, hey, with the turnovers, hey, those really don't matter. They don't. Because neither team's been able to capitalize. What the hell is this? A Beyonce commercial with lemonade. Let's get sexy. So Beyonce doing a couple different things. saying you ain't gonna break me, and this is a fucking Verizon commercial. Good God. Now Uber Eats, Jennifer Aniston. Where's Ross at? David Beckham. There's Ross. David Schwimmer coming in for a hug on Jennifer Aniston. She says, have we met? There's Jelly Roll talking about his tattoos. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. What the hell is this? Uber Eats commercial with a bunch of celebrities. She says, if I could forget 10 years of my life. Of course, meaning Friends. There's Usher. Talk about Super Bowl halftime shows, which she just performed. A bunch of people dressed up as potatoes and a potato farm. There's Jeff Probst for Survivor. Oh my God, it's fucking Pluto TV commercial. What the fuck? So, all right. They bring us back to Vegas. Showing off all the landmarks. Rick Harrison says the best I can do is, a couple bucks. But 1st and 10, Chiefs from the 2-yard line. 10-3 here early third quarter, but they're going to want to try to get some breathing room, I think. Run the football. Of course, not do anything stupid again. Go from there. So, 1st and 10 from the 2. Mahomes looking to throw out of the end zone. Going deep. Incomplete. 10 for MVS as he runs into Dave Taub, the special teams coach, on the sideline. So, incomplete, 2nd and 10. But yeah, people are probably thinking, like, what the fuck is wrong with the Chiefs? Especially all the Swifties who don't understand football, because they're expecting them to fucking win. Like, every dog has his day, okay? 2nd and 10 from the 2. Like, it truly, could be a hell of a lot worse. That pass complete Kelsey. And he gets a first down, it looks like, depending on the spot. Going to mark him just short, 3rd and a yard at the 11. But it could be a hell of a lot worse because, the 2 turnovers to points, you're down more than the 7 you are right now. They're lucky to only be down 7. And they're lucky to have the 3 points they have. Because then that stat ain't on their side if they're getting shut out in the first half, because nobody, as they mentioned, if you get shut out in the first half of the Super Bowl, nobody in the 58-year history has won if you've, gotten shut out in the first 30 minutes of play. 0-13 all time. Timeout, Chiefs, 11:46 to play in the third quarter. 3rd and a yard coming up. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. You'd like to keep that timeout in your back pocket if you need it, because you'd like to have it, but I get you want to make sure you're set and so on and so forth, and Chiefs aren't playing good, whereas the 49ers, they're not playing much better, but they're playing better than the Chiefs are, and the difference still is a trick play. 10-3. Like, it could be a hell of a lot closer. Should be tied potentially. Or could be tied potentially, I should say. 30 yard. They run it. They stuff them. No gain. But then they say they broke the tackle, pile, push, get the first down. But that spot, he's going to be short. He's short. He's a half yard short. Nope. 4th down. You're going to go for this inside your own fucking 20? Yeah, and talk about gambling and football, let alone the Super Bowl, let alone in Vegas, for God's sakes. Yeah, no. You punt, you play field position. You try to get something, defensively, get the ball back again. That's a big stop. I mean, when we go back to that right there, and then, of course, no, you're not going to go for it. You'd be stupid. If you're out midfield, potentially, yeah, but you punt.
16 consecutive drives without a touchdown.
And they will. Tommy Two-Tone. Gonna get it to the 36-yard line. So that's where the 49ers start. First and 10, 10:45 to play in the third quarter. Still up 10-3. But, yeah, they're just, as they show off Taylor Swift while blaring Elvis. And now we go to like a Law of Physics commercial, it looks like, with Queen. And they're saying, don't stop me now. What kind of fucking medicine commercials is this? Get your fucking COVID shot? Fuck off. Here's to science. Here's to the next fight. Well, remember... Oh, it's a cancer commercial. Okay. And now Skechers, there's Mr. T. There's always a T in Skechers. Mr. T with Skechers. Got the slip-ons. There's the 18 van. Yeah, fool. Oh God, fucking Bud Light. Go to hell. The Bud Light Genie? So the Bud Light Genie, can they make Dylan Mulvaney go back to being a boy? Because that's what he is and not a girl? Yeah, how about that? And there's Peyton. There's Post Malone. Genie, Gemini. There's a puppy dog. Dana White. Got a house party. Let's go streaking. All right. So they fade to black and literally cut back from the commercial to the game to the Bud Light booth with the people in that very commercial. No, I was going to say, they were talking about that science commercial. Remember, the last time these two teams played in the Super Bowl, February of 2020, a month later, COVID hit. World fucking shut down for a year and a half. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. But the celebs are out. It is Vegas for one, but it is also the Super Bowl. So... First and 10, 49ers from the 36-yard line. 49ers, Brock Purdy's going to avoid a sack and then dump it off. Jennings tackle right away. So that's a loss. Could have been a loss of a lot more, but second and long coming up. But yeah, Chiefs just need to stop. They're still right there, and they just got to get something going offensively. They're... Kansas City's still in this game. They are. But it's San Francisco's game to lose. That's where we're at. Can't say that enough. That's just how it is. It is what it is. But, it's going to make for an exciting second half, exciting finish, if it stays the way it's been. Purdy, pressure, pass complete, McCaffrey, and then they bring him down, of course, because you go down, you got to be down by contact. It's not college football. You hit the ground, you're down. You got to be brought down by contact. But something I'm noticing with Kansas City's defense, they're getting more pressure now, Brock Purdy. Keep that up, force mistakes, pressure and a turnover, get the ball back, they're fine. But, like, Mahomes and the offense are going to have to do something. So, 3rd and 11. Ball 35. Purdy. More pressure going deep far side. It's going to be incomplete. 10 for Kittle. Good no call. As they got tangled late. But, yeah, incomplete, 4th down. So the Chiefs are getting the ball back. And we're still at 10-3 here mid-3rd quarter. So we've really slowed down now. These defenses are back to making stops. As really they have all game. But Debo might have pulled his hamstring. So now the injuries are piling up for the 49ers, it looks like. But, of course, hopefully he's okay. Never going to see if he get hurt. But, you can sort of, as the commercials roll on here, it looks like a Toyota Tacoma commercial. The momentum's starting to switch. Like, San Francisco's still in control of this game. They are. They have the lead. Their defense still getting stops. That lead might be helping them out, to be honest with you, that trick play for a touchdown, rather than tied at 3. That might be the difference at the end of the game for all we know. Who knows? If, nothing else happens. I think something's going to, though. Who knows? But, no, you have, Kansas City's still getting stops defensively. But they're not doing much offensively. So it's just that fine line of, it's still, here's a Doritos commercial. And you don't mess with old Italian women, especially over the Doritos. But it's San Francisco's game to lose, but Kansas City, it feels like, that they might be coming back here before too long. And then you're talking about momentum, going into the 4th quarter. So... It's not dynamite, it's Diamita for Doritos. Diamante, Diamita. So... more CBS commercials for their shows coming back. But 10-3 as the sun has gone down.
Allegiant Stadium here in Las Vegas, which was awarded the Super Bowl on December 15, 2021, about 18 months after this stadium opened.
Chiefs getting the ball back with a 49er punt coming up. 9-10 to play in the 3rd quarter. 10-3. So... Kansas City. They going to do anything or not? That's just how good these defenses are. A clothesline tackle on the punt return. Be 1st and 10 Chiefs. And Tony Romo brings up Hulk Hogan because of the tackle. And the Hulkamania, I ran the loud for 40 years on you, brother.
6 plays in the second half for the 49ers, 6 passes. They can't make that mistake again.
So 1st and 10, Chiefs from the 14.
Don't get away from it.
And I think it's the same thing for Kansas City. So that was a former Chief in Conley. Clotheslining
Kelsey in motion.
and Richie James is first down for Mahomes and company.
And he makes the catch far side and gets a first down for a pickup of 11.
First down of the second half.
Yeah, they figured out now. Who are they picking
So
up?
now, can they drive?
So he stayed inside.
Can they drive here?
Now a little too long. You can't do that against Kelsey. He'll use your leverage against you, and that ball coming out of the goal line from the 1. Come back to a different play, but trying to get the ball to the same spot.
That takes up 11 yards.
1st and 10 from the 25.
Keep watching this leverage. Now you're running. Come on.
Fake the give. Run the screen with Pacheco. Might be coming back for a hold. No penalty. 73 got lucky. Helmet comes off, but he'll stay in. You don't have to come off, you know. If your helmet comes off, this ain't college football once again. Second and 7 here for the Chiefs from the 28. And they'll run Pacheco up the middle, spins for about 3 or so. 3rd and 4 coming up.
First down, Gibson was on first.
It's a good job. Burks right there.
See if they draw up here.
Ball being out now. Burks just doesn't quite have the same experience and instincts with it. But right there comes downhill. He can come in there and help with that run game, no question. He can run. They're going to try and expose him, though. He's going to have to come up with a big play.
That's Jarrett McKinnon, who lines up in the backfield.
Mahomes going to roll out, avoid a sack, going to tuck it and run, and he gets the first down. There's that spark they need. They need, you know, some sort of
Yes, it did. That's all heart, will, determination, everything you want to say. Patrick Mahomes.
necessarily fire. I mean, I get sparks build a fire, but, you know, fired up, you know, moment.
You can see, I mean,
Like, there's a big first down run.
he knows the Super Bowl is in the balance here on every
So 1st and 10 from the 35.
Chiefs all-time leading rusher in the postseason is Patrick.
Mahomes, quarterback keeper again, out past midfield, doesn't slide, gets to the 49er 44, 1st and 10. Now they got some momentum building. Here come the Chiefs.
I want you to watch. He's going to give it like he's coming here, but then he's going to keep it and run all the way outside with no defender help. You know why, Jim? Because they don't ever run that. You sprinkle it in the Super Bowl because you don't want to expose him to injury.
Well, one thing is that also going to
So 1st and 10 from the 43. Pacheco on the give. Gets a couple. 2nd down.
Flanagan Fowles is the one who tackles him.
And guess what?
You know, all this talk, you know, with really
Quarterback keeps it.
not a lot going on to this point. Yeah, you want a little less of that and some more action. But took fucking to the mid-3rd quarter to get here. Here we are. 2nd and 8 from the 41. And Mahomes pump fakes, rolls out, throws it out of bounds, incomplete. Maybe another intentional grounding, but they're going to say Rashee Rice, not Ray Rice, or Jerry Rice, or White Rice.
Let him get outside of this. Keep him in this box. If he goes outside of it, he's got to go backwards, not get his momentum. Right there. Great job by Wilson. Now he goes.
Was in the area, so incomplete. 3rd and 8. Another big 3rd down for the Chiefs. What do they do here? I mean, you don't get a first down, it's going to be a long field goal. Pass complete. They should give them a forward progress, but you're still going to be there 50-plus yard field goal. We got a streaker on the field of the Super Bowl. Come on, show it. Why not? We can't talk about that, they say. Can't show it either. Are they going to blow that play dead, or does that play count? There's a streaker on the field of the Super Bowl. So we'll see the video online later. Hopefully it's worth the night in jail and all the fines. All right, that play counted. They give them forward progress, so it'll be 4th and 6. 39, 49, about a 56, 57, 58-yard field goal here, give or take. Depending on the official spot. You get the distance from the yard to the goal line, plus the 10, plus 7, 8 to, snap, hold, kick. 57-yard field goal attempt. We already had a 55-yarder earlier, which was a Super Bowl record. This will break it if it's good. High snap, hold down, kick up, and good. So we've had 2 field goals of 50-plus yards tonight in the Super Bowl that have both become records. From 55, Harrison Bucker says, hey, Jake Moody, step aside. Push it for 2 more yards for 57, and it's up and good. So 5:01 to play in the third quarter already. It's now 10-6. 49ers on top of the Chiefs. So 49ers with a field goal up 3-0, up 10-0 with a trick play touchdown. Chiefs with a field goal before halftime. Nobody did a damn thing until just now. And the Chiefs kick another field goal. So 50-yard kicks up and good. And we'll break here and see what commercials we got. Looks like a Volkswagen Beetle. A Bug. There's Herbie. Yeah, it's an old history of Volkswagen. With a Neil Diamond voiceover with one of the songs. So obviously Volkswagen's got a new car coming out.
So tell us about this corn festival. You got your corn pudding, you got your corn chowder. Is it the same around here? Sometimes.
The family ate what they needed cold punch, whatever they find it.
Oh, then they give it butter and lamb. It goes right really to vampire garlic. Reverend is like a blessing on the corn.
What the hell is this? Looks like fucking Will Ferrell from Zoolander. Dr. Umstick? Was this a drumstick commercial? Yeah. Ice cream drumstick, that is. Not like a chicken wing. What the fuck? If or it? What the hell is this? Imaginary friend is if. Good God. So Chiefs throwing a kickoff. 49ers getting the ball back here. 10-6, 5:01 to play in the third. And it was a high snap, but a low kick. And, of course, the low kick because of the distance. Yeah, you're going to want to get your hands up and potentially block it. They almost fucking did. So 2 of the longest field goals in Super Bowl history have occurred tonight from 55 to 57 yards. And that kick's going to be up and good through the uprights on the kickoff for a touchback. So 1st and 10, San Fran from the 25-yard line. See what they do. I mean, 10-6, you're looking at a field goal, makes it a one-score game at 13-6. 17-6, you're up 2 scores. Pressure's on Kansas City to do something do more than something, do a lot in the fourth quarter to come back and win it. But we'll see. Yeah, exactly. Run the damn ball. Christian McCaffrey, no gain on the play. 2nd and 10. Remember, the Chiefs, they lost Super Bowl I, won Super Bowl IV, and then they won Super Bowl 54 by coming back in the last 6 minutes, down 10. Lost 55 by getting blown out by the Bucs. And then last year won it on a game-winning field goal. So they're down 4 here with 4 and change to play in the third. So they're going to have to come from behind here again and find a way to win it. It's like to that point, unless they're getting blown out in the Super Bowl, okay, they're going to be in it and have a chance. Just based off of history. So pass incomplete. Far side be third down. The 3rd and 10 because first down was the give to McCaffrey, no gain. That pass incomplete. So 3rd and 10. False start. Got movement, but they let it slide. Purdy's pass almost picked off. Intended for Debo, who had pulled his hamstring but seems to be okay. Incomplete, 4th down. And now the Chief defense is making some stops. Now we'll see what the offense can do. I mean, you're looking at another field goal to cut it. Again, 10-9. But you're looking to score and take a lead, and the momentum's on your side the whole entire fourth quarter. You're going to try to hold on. And then your defense to get you stops and fucking win it for you. That's where Kansas City's at. San Francisco still, 3 straight punts here in the third quarter. Haven't been able to do anything since that touchdown. Getting a couple stops, got another turnover, couldn't do anything with it though. Like that, now they're at a standstill. Like they're not doing much. Their defense still getting them some stops, forcing field goals. Like could be a hell of a lot worse for the Chiefs. It's really a lot closer than what it is with both sides. But still something's got to give here. So is the Chiefs offense going to do something? 49er defense going to continue to crack down, make stops? Like, you're looking at if the 49ers can make another stop or two on defense, Chiefs still only have 6 points still. Like, if the 49ers can drive and score, that might fucking win it for them. Handoff, Pacheco. And he gets about 3 yards. So, but if Kansas City can cut this lead, get another field goal, let alone, take a lead, their first lead, late third quarter, here, early fourth quarter, potentially, if they work some clock, you're up 13-10. Okay, field goal difference, San Francisco can tie it. See what their offense does then. Whole new ball game from there. Could come down to then whoever has the ball last wins it, but you're looking at if Kansas City drives and scores here. Shuffle pass, complete Kelsey, third and about 2.5, 3 coming up. They're going to have momentum on their side. And then, you work off of that. And it seems like it's going to come down to, though, what defense is going to get a stop. Whatever defense can get a stop versus can't. Whatever defense can get a stop is going to win this game. That's just where we're headed right now. 3rd and 2, Mahomes. Going to roll out. Pass incomplete. 4th down. They'll punt. So, San Francisco's defense get a stop. Well, Kansas City's forced them to 3 punts since halftime. So, they've also got stops. So, something's got to give. Like, this game, it's seemingly going to come down to the wire here. Down in the fourth quarter. Late into the fourth quarter again. And There's been a punt return for a touchdown before, Jim Nance. CBS had the fucking game. Fumble on the punt return and a Chief recovery at the 17-yard line. And there's the other turnover. And this might be the one that's capitalized into points. Because the previous 3, 2 against the Chiefs, San Francisco couldn't get anything off of them. 1 against the 49ers, now make it 2. Ray McLeod let it bounce. And then he went to pick it up, which he should have never done. And, well, he had to because it hit off one of his players, one of his teammates. And then the Chiefs, because he couldn't recover it, he had to go after it. Because the fucking gunner, it hit him in the leg. So he had to go after it, couldn't get to it, because he had let it go, he let it bounce. And then the Chiefs recover. So that, right now, could be the dagger for, as one play later, on 1st and 10, Patrick Mahomes finds Marquez Valdez-Scantling for a touchdown. Wide open in the end zone. And the Chiefs take their first lead with 2:28 to play in the third quarter. 12-10, they'll kick the extra point. It'll be a 3-point game. 49ers are going to get it right back. But, I mean, momentum just out the door. Like, San Francisco's literally letting this game slip away. Like I said at halftime once again, this is their game to lose. Well, they haven't done shit since halftime. They haven't done shit since they scored on that trick play touchdown. And then they just shot themselves in the foot with turnover. 4 total turnovers tonight. And that was the first one to points. And 1 play later, the Chiefs score off of it. Extra point up and good, just barely. 13-10 Kansas City, 2:28 to play in the third quarter. So, their first lead, 49ers going to get the ball back. They're down now for the first time, down 3. Yeah, it hit off his left foot. And as Ray McLeod was letting it bounce, let it go, hit off the gunner. So he had to go after it. By the time he got to it, he couldn't get to it. They recovered. And then 1 play later, hey, Chiefs are fighting for their right to party, win the Super Bowl here. And they score and take a lead. So now momentum's on their side. And pressure's on the 49ers offense to do something. Still run the football with McCaffrey, but they're going to have to get him some more touches in the pass game. Purdy's going to have to make some plays. They're going to need somebody to step up at receiver. Kittle has nothing his way today. Nothing whatsoever. So maybe, strike while the iron's hot. But we'll see here. It still seems like it's going to be an interesting finish, but 2:28 to play in third, so 17-28 to play overall unless we get overtime. And then, of course, you play till you have a winner. Not, 10 minutes and, still tied. They both win fucking Super Bowl. No, it doesn't end in a tie. But a touchback on the kick. So 1st and 10, San Fran 25-yard line. So,
and we were adding up. Executive producer with the NFL all these years as well. He's the one who brought the NFL back to CBS back in the late 90s. He's also the guy who took
got a 1st and 10 from the 25. See what they do.
2,725 games under his career.
Out of the eye, Purdy will fake the give to McCaffrey. And pass deflected at the line of scrimmage, incomplete, intended for Ayuk. Incomplete, 2nd and 10. So, and now they got an injured offensive lineman down. So, yeah, they can't catch a break with injuries. Penalties, I mean, they're shooting themselves in the foot early, a little bit as of late. But of all the turnovers, that one was a killer because then they had a short field, and 1 play later they score. It wasn't like they had to drive. It wasn't like
One thing that we're going to really miss not only was
showing the replay,
really becoming a big part of this defense.
but
Blew out his ACL in Baltimore, but
yeah, it wasn't like they had to drive, take up some time, or do whatever they had to do, and put even more pressure on the Niners. Like they responded like that and scored. So, I mean, for a Niner fan, from that side of things, yeah, you're probably thinking, well, that sucks. We're in trouble now, and it's just the momentum factor to it, you know, because they had it, and now they just let it slip. So, CBS to NFL Shop. Seems like they're going to hold off on some Super Bowl commercials for the fourth quarter at this rate. So, meantime, once again, just thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below, and we'll get back to the action shortly. Quick commercial break, actually. All right, so we'll get back to the action now, I guess. So it'll be 2nd and 10 from the 25. Nope, nothing. Not a damn thing. Purdy going to hand off McCaffrey. Truly, you think about it, they're going to come back and win this game. They're going to have to ride it on his back. They are. So 3rd and 5. Timeout. Play clock was at 5. They still could have got it off, but they had some motion. I don't think he liked what he saw defensively. Better be safe than sorry. So both teams now going to have 2 timeouts the rest of the way. Minute 40 to play in this third quarter. 3rd and 5 still coming up for the 49ers. So, well, both teams have really taken both tight ends out of the game, you know, from Kelsey and Kittle point of view. Like, Kelsey has a couple more catches than he did at halftime, but still not much. Kittle, nothing. Not a damn thing. Like, you would think that, okay, they'd be trying to at least get him the ball a little bit more. The thing is, you got to give, and that just doesn't go for him, that goes for everybody. You know, of course, you're going to want to run your offense and, you know, stick to your game plan. Do what you've done that's gotten you to this point. You know, why abandon, you know, and try to do something different other than to catch them off guard. But empty set 3rd and 5, but you also got to give credit to how good these defenses have played. Pass complete, 1st down, a couple of missed tackles, and Jennings gets a 1st down, I believe, into Chief territory. We'll see the spot. It's going to be a 1st and 10. It's going to be right around midfield, it looks like. Maybe the 48-yard line. 1st and 10, Niners. From the 46-yard line, officially. And Purdy's pass complete. Deebo Samuel's got a couple blockers. It gets about 8, maybe 9 yards. 2nd and short. Got under a minute to play this third quarter now. About a 14, 15-second differential between the game clock and play clock. So this upcoming play might be the final play of the third quarter. Of course, then they'll switch ends in the 4th. They'll both then be going to their respective end zones in the final 15 here in the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 58 on CBS. 2nd and a yard out of the eye. They'll run a fullback dive with Kyle Juszczyk up the middle, 1st down. Talk about old school. There you go. So, 10 seconds now. Yeah, they'll probably do it for the third quarter. So we hit the end of the third with the Chiefs up on the Niners 13-10. So, yeah, 49ers got a 1st and 10. Looking to tie this game up as they trail now for the first time after that Chief touchdown because of the 49er turnover, I might add. Little and retake a lead with a touchdown. So there's Cam Hayward, the Walter Payton Man of the Year. There's George Kittle as well, who still doesn't takes all of us, they say. More CBS commercials. They're just promoting their own shit. Well, truly because they can, because they have the game on their network. See, last year was on Fox. Year prior was NBC. And then CBS had 55, Fox had 54. There was some movement, there was some trading, with games. I know 59 next year is in New Orleans. I, at this point in time, don't know what channel. I'll have to look into that. It's either going to be on, I know ABC, ESPN's getting the Super Bowl eventually because of the new TV deals, but it's either going to be on NBC, Fox, well, it won't be CBS back-to-back years. But there was some trading, recently just because of the Olympics. And with COVID from 20 and then 21, then you have the winter games and you have the summer games coming up. And so, yeah, where the hell is the time gone? But you got 15 minutes to play in this Super Bowl here tonight. 13-10 Chiefs at the end of 3. 49ers got 1st and 10, so we'll see if they tie it up or can retake a lead with a touchdown. If I'm San Fran, I'm running McCaffrey. I'm getting him touches one way or another, whether that's in the run game, on the ground, or through the air in the pass game, with some screens. They like to use him over the middle too, out of the backfield. Maybe get him going on a wheel route or something. You would think they got to go to Kittle though, because Kansas City had only 1 for 1 yard to Kelsey early in the game, the whole entire first half. There's a couple catches now, once again, but especially in the red zone, you'd think, tight end game, especially in a tight 3-point game, with as star powered as the tight ends are. You would think they'd be getting them touches, getting them looks. So the last 6 games of the Chiefs have allowed 0 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, which is tied for the longest streak under Andy Reid. So we'll see here. 1st and 10, San Fran from the 42, but empty set. Purdy down the middle, caught Ayuk again, and that's a 20-yard completion of the 22, 1st and 10. So, as I've been saying all day, all game, who's going to be going to step up and make a play when the game's on the line? Well, we're about to find out. So 1st and 10, San Fran again here as we begin the fourth quarter of play. And they'll fake the run to McCaffrey. Purdy going deep in the end zone. Oh, he overthrew Deebo Samuel. He had him, but he overthrew him. A little too much of a bullet, or else it's a touchdown. I think they wanted to come back on the near side, but they ran it out and just chucked it. Just ran out of real estate, ran out of some room there in the back of the end zone. So incomplete, 2nd and 10, 14:09 to play from the 22 still. Toss, McCaffrey, got a block, and gets about 8. So 3rd and 2.
Rushing before contact and second best when it comes to rushing after contact.
I'd give it to him again. I would.
Exactly right. You see his burst and speed. Great job on the outside blocking by Conley, and then his check and Williams out in front. That could have actually gone for a touchdown.
3rd and 2 here, Tony. Come on.
Four down territory for me. I'm not tying this game.
No, I'd kick the field goal if you don't get it.
I'm going to pound it up.
Because you don't kick it, you go for it and don't get it. You know, you don't have anything to show for it. At least you have the points tied up. I'd kick it if you don't get it. But they'll run McCaffrey, 3rd and 2. He's going to lose the yard. 4th and 3. You got to kick it for sure at this point, especially after the loss. You got to kick it. Take the points. Take the points. Kick the field goal. You made a 55-yarder. You know, why can't you kick a, where are they at? 25, 26-yard line? 36, 39, almost 40-yarder. Or at the 15-yard line, excuse me, 15, 25, about a 33. It's an fucking extra point. Kick the fucking field goal to tie it. They're going to go for it, though. 4th and 3 from 15. This might be, you know, well, they go to Kittle and he gets the first down. Of course he does. All right, they'll move the sticks. I was going to say, this might determine on what happens from here, on who ends up winning this game. They get the first down, drive stays alive. They're going to drive and hope score a touchdown now. I mean, you've still got to kick field goal, so be it. And that's a first down. For his first catch. What a time to make your first catch in the Super Bowl tonight. Yeah. 1st and 10 from the 12. And Purdy hands off McCaffrey. And he gets about 2, maybe 3 if he's lucky, but 2nd down.
The other thing is you're wearing this defense down just a little bit. They're giving everything they got. But they don't sub in a ton of guys on that D-line. Just bring in one normally.
We saw Herring goes in on that last tackle also. Holding his shoulder, he comes out and is replaced by...
They only give him a yard officially. Once again, drive still stalls to kick a field goal, but they're looking to score a touchdown. They are. Put the pressure on the Chiefs to score again. You know, another touchdown, not a field goal, another touchdown to retake the lead. They obviously believe in their defense to go for it and get it, which they did, but even more believing in their defense. Purdy, slant, caught, touchdown, Jawan Jennings, who might win MVP if they win at this rate. Because remember, he threw a touchdown earlier, just caught one, and the 49ers retake the lead, 16-13, with 11:22 to play. Extra point to come. So, ballsy 4th down to go for it. They get it. A couple plays later, they score. So, it works out. And now Moody's extra point. He's missed some extra points this year, too, along with field goals. But remember, he made from 55 earlier. This extra point. Block, no good. So it's 16-13. We've got a 3-point game. Chiefs on the recovery, going to return it for nothing. So, hey, there you go. Now the Chiefs don't need a touchdown to tie. They just need a field goal to tie. But then they might also be in a position to go for it. You know, all right, you score. You then have a 4-point lead. They don't have just a field goal to tie. They need a touchdown to win it, potentially. Like, this game might come down again to whoever has the ball last. Now, a figure skating commercial. It's a car commercial. Kia. Kia for an electric car. Now we go to somebody else driving a car and somebody walking and somebody riding a bus, somebody waking up on their laptop, drinking coffee on their phone. It seems like this, listen to music, like start now, like whatever it is. Watch me. Copilot from Microsoft. Seems like a teaching tool app. So there's the Strip in Las Vegas. But voting is now open for the MVP. NFL.com/MVP. Let me know in the comments below who you think right now is the MVP. I mean, like I just said, if the 49ers win, I think it's going to have to be Jawan Jennings because he threw for a touchdown and he just caught that touchdown to give the 49ers a lead. Now, we still have 11:22 to play, so we'll see what happens, you know, because if Mahomes leads his team down the field, you know, remember, they have 2 field goals, but he threw for a touchdown, he throws for another, you know, then maybe 15, but yeah, I mean, we'll see. But 1st and 10, Chiefs from the 25-yard line. What do they got offensively, and what do the 49ers got on defense? Kelsey on the catch to the 41. 1st and 10 for a pick of 16. So 1st and 10. He now has officially 5 catches, 42 yards. Kittle the 1 for 4 and 1st down. And then they ended up scoring on the drive. 1st and 10, Chiefs from the 41. Pacheco on the give. They wrap him up right away. No gain. So 10.5 to play. 16-13 your score. Coming down the wire as expected.
He's as solid on and off the field as anyone. He's the guy who texts the guys, the coaches. Gets the mindset right. He's the veteran.
So 2nd and 10. Mahomes pass incomplete, intended for Rashee Rice. 3rd and 10.
Really good job by Logan Ryan's done outstanding today. He makes the throw have to go wider because he's underneath leverage.
Right through his hands, and he dropped it. Third and 10. Mahomes down the middle, caught Kelsey out past midfield, 1st and 10 Chiefs. Well, if he starts going off, he might win MVP. That goes for about another 12, 13 yards on 1st down, so. He would have to probably get a touchdown, which, well, if they do, it might be the game winner at this point, you know, for all we know. But still, it might come down to whoever has the ball might win this game. So it's like, do you want to score fast here, or do you want to work some clock? You know, I'd probably try to score, not necessarily as fast as I can. Trouble with the snap. Mahomes gets it down the middle, incomplete. That could have been a disaster. Incomplete, 2nd and 10. Because they say you score quick rather than taking up clock, taking up time, work clock. Because you work clock now and score, you might not get the ball back because they might score a game-winning touchdown to win it because that's what they're going to need rather than field goal to tie because of the blocked extra point. But if you score quick here, whether it's a field goal, whether it's a touchdown, whether it's 16, 16, 20 to 16, at least you're potentially going to get the ball back with some time. Maybe the 2 timeouts you have, maybe the 2-minute warning, who knows. Wide open, Justin Watson, far side, about 22-yard line before he gets pushed out of bounds, 1st and 10 Chiefs. Because then, say, you know, it's 16-16, but then they get another field goal, it's 19-16. Well, you know you need a field goal to tie, touchdown to win it late. Versus, okay, you get a field goal here or a touchdown, 16-16. They score 23-16, get the ball back, you need a touchdown to tie to force overtime. Along with, okay, you score here, touchdown, it's 20-16. They score, you need a field goal to tie to force overtime. So you're probably going to want to score, as quick as you can. 8:40 and counting to play. 1st and 10, they get about 8, 9 yards. 2nd and short coming up. Knocking on the door inside the red zone. Right about the 10-yard line or so. So, a couple shots to punch it in here. And then the pressure's on the Niners to right back at it to drive and score. Which they need a touchdown to retake the lead rather than, because of the missed extra point, need a field goal to tie it at 20. So 2nd and a yard, they say a long one, like 1.5. Handoff, Pacheco up the middle to the 4, 1st and goal. So 1st and goal. Just right up the middle. Good block as he hit the hole and went. Boom. Yeah, they pulled him and they get a 1st and goal here. So 1st and goal, Chiefs from the 4-yard line. Rashee Rice in motion. They'll hand off Pacheco again up the middle. And a yard. So 2nd and goal from the 3. So with 7-11 and counting to play. We saw that Sheets commercial at halftime. Of course, they're better than that man Wawa. You know, remember earlier, after a big play, they fumbled in the red zone. 49ers going to capitalize off of it. They haven't been able to capitalize off of either Chief turnovers. Chiefs were able to capitalize off the 1 of the 2 49ers turnovers, though, to take a 13-10 lead. 49ers score, blocked extra point. Mahomes pass in the end zone, incomplete. So 3rd and goal from the 3 coming up. That's why we sit at 16-13 right now. 6:35 to play. So, I mean, now you're in the middle of not scoring quick and working some clock. So, I mean, you still might get the ball back, you might not. So if the 49ers could drive and score, they might fucking win the game, regardless of what happens here. So 3rd and goal, I mean, you probably play it safe just because the field goal is going to tie it. You don't need a touchdown right now. But 3rd and goal from the 3, Mahomes. Looking to throw, going to tuck it and run, it looks like, and then he's brought down the sack. So they're definitely going to have to kick a field goal here to tie it at 16 as he gets sacked back at about the 6-yard line. So 4th and goal from there. But yeah, they got to kick it. And then you go back to the 49ers going for it on 4th down. It was a good decision now because if you would have kicked it 13-13, the Chiefs with a field goal here, you know, takes the lead. At least you scored. Yeah, you had the extra point get blocked and it was no good. So 16-13, but then you have a 3-point lead. They drive. Okay, they don't score. You hold them to a field goal. Bucker's 24-yard field goal from the right hash going to be up and good. So we're tied at 16 with 5:46 to play in Super Bowl 58. And with 2 timeouts and the 2-minute warning for both teams with 5:46 to play, tied at 16. Once again, next score might win the game, let alone whoever has the ball last might win this game. Only time's going to tell. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. The mascots in the football huddle looking to get a snap or two. What the fuck are these commercials? Homes.com. We've seen like, I don't know how many of these commercials tonight. And the force will be with you. What the hell is this? To infinity and beyond. Ready for it? Question mark? Oh, Disney Plus. Okay. Now, Budweiser commercial with the Clydesdales. They can't help that, Dylan Mulvaney, turned into a fucking trainee, so you can't shit on the Clydesdales. And from the Clydesdales to a yellow lab leading them the way, delivering Budweiser, this Bud's for you since 1876. And more CBS commercials. So 5:46 to play. We'll pull up some final stats and scores here in a minute once we go final. But
No one cares about me. So why should I care about myself? I'm scared.
more NFL commercials as well. I believe this is the same bowling one that we just saw.
I feel like a failure every day.
So we hit about 10 o'clock here on the East Coast. So 7 local. Out in Vegas at Allegiant Stadium, the Black Hole Death Star, home of the Silver and Black Raiders.
They aren't.
Well, coming up, the Verizon Super Bowl postgame show.
They'll have post-game,
The highlights, their analysis on this game is coming down to the wire, it appears.
as yes, no doubt about it.
The Lombardi Trophy, and we'll find out
Coming down to the wire, and we'll get the Lombardi Trophy to the winners. Losers, well, better luck next season. So the Chiefs are on to kick off. Talked about defenses. What defense bends doesn't break. Defense wins championships. They just doinked the kickoff. So I don't know if DiGiorno with that's gonna be doing anything or not, because they put in cameras in the goalposts for doinks for this Super Bowl here tonight. 1st and 10 from the 25. 49ers and Chiefs tied at 16. Once again, 5:46 to play. Both teams have 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning to come. Purdy looking to throw down the middle, caught. Jawan Jennings. Yeah, if they win, he's going to be MVP. If the Chiefs win, they could really probably give it to fucking anybody.
This is one of his great attributes. It's just the timing on his throws, his spatial awareness. Can't have a better start to a huge drive.
And Jawan Jennings is the second player in NFL history in the Super Bowl era with a passing and a receiving touchdown in the Super Bowl. Nick Foles the other. Remember, those Eagles beat the Patriots in Twin Cities. So from JT to Usher at halftime, 1st and 10, Niners at 48. They're running end around Debo Samuel. Looked like he was looking to throw, but he's going to tuck it and run. And it gets a first down, maybe. He's going to be inches short, under 5 to play.
Make everyone think, pull the guard, we're going over there.
Yeah, they faked the good McCaffrey. Kittle spun and went to block, and then they ran in around Debo. So did they give him the first down then or not? Second in the yard. I mean, truly, San Francisco just fucking work clock. You know? Get a drive going, work clock. Drive and score and win this game. Game-winning field goal will do it. Game-winning touchdown will do it. But 4:29 and now, I believe less than half the field to work with Kansas City having 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning. Like, I don't know about that. If you'd have the whole field to work with, then yeah. But they just took off 45 seconds and got some yardage. So, we'll see. Like, you're going to have to really work the play clock. You're going to hope to not get out of bounds. Even though, if you're trying to save clock, you're going to get out of bounds. But you want to burn it, you let the fucking clock wind. You let them, wind it if you get a first down. Or just stay in bounds, for that matter. So then that means run Christian McCaffrey if you're the 49ers. Second in a yard for San Fran. We're tied at 16 still here. 4.5 to play. Yeah, they're at the 42.5-yard line of Kansas City. So run McCaffrey. They get a first down. And now you really work this clock. You got a new set of downs. Under 4 to play. Can they go 40 yards in 3:53 with 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning, and score and win it? We're about to find out. Yeah. This defense is going to have to get a stop. Yeah, watch play action because they're going to bring pressure. But with the run game, eventually they'll throw. So you might have somebody wide open eventually. They drain the play clock to 1 before they snap it. Hand off McCaffrey to the 35. Kansas City with 2 timeouts. They're going to have to start, using those potentially. This tick, 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 tick. This clock's just going to continue to fucking run. Well, so does San Francisco, but yeah. From the 35, 2nd and 5. 2:45 and counting. They snap with 3 seconds on the play clock. They roll out. Purdy looking to throw. Caught. Kittle about a yard, but they'll wind the clock. 3rd down coming up unless Kansas City called a timeout. This clock can continue to wind. And there's a second differential between the game clock and play clock. They can take this as a 2-minute warning with a 3rd down coming up. 3rd and about 4, tied at 16. So if Kansas City can get a stop, San Francisco then has a decision to make. Do they go for it again, kick a field goal? They're not going to snap. This is going to 2 minutes. This is going to 2 minutes. 2:03, 2:02, 2:01, 2-minute warning. So 3rd and 4 for the Niners. 3rd and 4 coming up from the 35-yard line with 2 minutes to play. We're tied at 16 in the Super Bowl here with the 49ers and Chiefs. Both teams have 2 timeouts. Okay, 3rd and 4 coming up. If the Chiefs defense, they're talking about jumping off sides, well, that's an automatic first down. You fucking lose the game at that point because they can drain the clock. You still have 2 timeouts. They still might need to get a first down, but you can drain the clock and kick game-winning field at that point. Jason Momoa in a, I believe, T-Mobile commercial. But, no, really, 3rd and 4 here. What's the play call? Get a first down. Okay, drive stays alive. Kansas City's going to start calling their timeouts. They might, but I doubt they'd get the ball back even at that point. But if they can get off the field, get a stop, the decision is then San Francisco's. What do you do? Do you go for it again on 4th down? Which you did earlier. You got it. You scored. Do you go for it again? Hope to score? If you don't get it, Kansas City can just kick a field goal and win it, you know, if they can drive and get some points and win it that way, let alone score a touchdown. But if you kick the field goal and get it, you're then giving Mahomes the ball back, okay, with maybe a timeout or two still, some time. We'll see about that. But then a field goal ties, you go to overtime, you know, touchdown, you know, wins it for KC at that point. So a big 3rd and 4 coming up, even bigger 4th down if they don't convert. I would think Kansas City calls a timeout just to stop the clock. You have a minute 50 or so after the play coming up. And then 49ers have a decision to make. If they don't get a first down here, you know, do you kick it, give Mahomes the ball back with a minute and change and a timeout to go win it, let them tied up and you go to overtime? Or do you go for it and win it? Well, extend your lead to a touchdown, but then force the pressure on the Chiefs to score a touchdown themselves to tie it to force overtime. And then if they don't, the 49ers, you end up winning it that way. So, 2 minutes to play. We're tied at 16 in Super Bowl 58, 16 apiece with the Chiefs and 49ers. Remember, the difference right now in this game is a blocked extra point. Talk about special teams. Let alone unless 49ers have a 17-16 lead. 3rd and 4, they don't need to get a first down. Kick a field goal, you're up 20-16. Okay, they still get the ball back. Touchdown wins it. But if you have the extra point, 17-16, you score, you're up 8 then. Pressure's on the Chiefs. They need a touchdown and 2 points tie it at 24 and, you know, force overtime then that way. A missed extra point right now is the difference in this game. That's why we're tied at 16. Unless it be 17-16. Big 3rd and 4 here coming up though from 35. Here we go. 2 minutes to play in the Super Bowl. Purdy out of the gun. Looking to throw. They bring pressure. It's batted down, incomplete. 4th down and 4. Chiefs don't have to call a timeout because pass is incomplete. Minute 57. So, excellent defensive play call. On a safety blitz. Arms up as he threw it, and it gets batted down incomplete. So they're going to kick it because they sort of have to. It's not 4th and a yard, as if they would have got a couple yards there on a run. It's 4th and 4. You got to kick it. So go up 19-16. This is going to be from 53 yards, though. This ain't chip shot. Remember, he made from 55, though, earlier. And then Kansas City made from 57. But then he missed an extra point from 33 because it was blocked. And then this is a long-distance field goal, so it's going to be low coming off the ground. 53-yard field goal for the lead. Kicks up and good. 49ers retake the lead 19-16 with a minute 53. But guess what? The Chiefs are getting the ball back with 2 timeouts, and that time Patrick Mahomes needs to just get Kansas City in field goal range to tie it at 19 to force overtime. Let alone they score a touchdown, they win the game. And they win back-to-back Super Bowls and become the first team since the Patriots did so in 03-04 in Super Bowls 38 and 39. So, no doubt about it, a lot on the line. Super Bowl for one, but down to the wire, here we go. And talking about a drive, well, we're either going to have one coming up or we're going to have a turnover or turnover on downs and talk about defense. Defense winning championships, bending but not breaking, and the 49ers defense potentially getting a stop and win them the game for all we know. Super Bowl fact, first 57 Super Bowls, we had 7 field goals of 50-plus yards. Tonight in Super Bowl 58, we've had 3 combined. So, special teams, folks. You always got to rely on that third phase. You take your fucking points. You don't chase. You take them while you can get them. Extra point is the difference in this game, though, once more. A blocked extra point, unless that field goal would have made it 20-16, and the Chiefs need a touchdown right now to win it. But because the 49ers missed an extra point, touchback on the kick, 1st and 10, Chiefs from the 25-yard line, got a minute 53 and 2 timeouts. 75 yards for a field goal to tie it, 75 yards for a game-winning touchdown. But because of that missed extra point, Mahomes pass complete. Kelsey, 1st down on 11 yards. They got 2 timeouts, but remember, 11 yards and 15 seconds or so before the next snap. Yeah, probably about average at this point. Mahomes rolls out, and a tuck it and run, gets out of bounds on a 3-yard scamper. So 2nd and 7, clock stops for the time being, minute 32. But yeah, because of the missed extra point, that gives Kansas City the option, at least a reason, a way to kick a game-tying field goal to force overtime unless they needed a touchdown to win it. And only a touchdown to win it. But they can kick a field goal to tie it, let alone score a touchdown to win it. Like it opened it up a little bit in that regard. Watson in motion, Mahomes looking to throw. Dump off. Noah Gray. And he gets 12 yards and a first down. Minute 21 and counting. As they're at the 49-yard line, they get it off with a minute 14. Pass far side, caught. Watson. And he gets about 8. 2nd and 2 with a minute 5. That's delay a game on the defense. Remember, we haven't had a lot of penalties in the second half, I might add. Under a minute now, 55 seconds, with Bucker starting to warm up on the sideline, 2nd and 2. Mahomes looking to throw. Going deep, far side, high, incomplete. So clock stops with 48 seconds. Remember, both teams have 2 timeouts here still. Get out of bounds, clock also stops. But did the 49ers give Mahomes and Chief offense too much time? I mean, well, they had to kick it. You know, you take your points in that situation. If you would have 4th and shorter, decision to make. You go for it again, maybe you win the game. You run out the clock, score touchdown, game-winning field goal yourself. They don't get the ball back. But are we seeing right now, do the 49ers give the Chiefs the ball back with too much time? Or, and they're driving and going to score and win it, you know, maybe force overtime, the game-winning field goal, or win it with a touchdown here. Or 3rd and 2, play clock winding down to get it off. Run a screen. Jerick McKinnon gets a first down inside the 40, down to the 36. Timeout. I'd call timeout 40 seconds. Timeout. You got 2 of them. Timeout. Stop the clock. 39 seconds. 3rd and 2, yeah, run a fucking screen. But or is the 49er defense going to make a stop here? Chiefs in field goal range to tie it. Remember, this point in time last from the Super Bowl, they're in position to win it because it was already tied at 35, and they won at 38-35. They're down 3 here at 19-16. So field goal only ties and forces overtime. And then you do it all over again with a coin toss, and then you play until you have a winner. So they reset the clock, 40 seconds, 1st and 10 for the Chiefs after a timeout. But if they score a touchdown here, it's probably going to win it for them. Because then the 49ers will get the ball back with little or no time left, even with 2 timeouts. Like, we'll see if they burn their timeouts here. But you also don't want to give the Chiefs time. You know? Like, you want to fucking tackle their ass in bounds because they only have 1 timeout. Because you have a lead at 19-16. So, empty set, 5 wide. 1st and 10 from the 36. Mahomes gets the snap. Gonna step up. Tuck it and run to the 33. So they're going to let the clock wind. 2nd and 7. They got a timeout still here. Going to get back to the line, snap it. And Mahomes just throws it away, incomplete. 16 seconds, got a 3rd and 7. All right, so you're looking at, try not to turn it over, but you're looking at, unless you want to play for overtime right now or go for the shot in the end zone and win it, you know, like 3rd and 7, you might run a draw, you might run a screen, you might run something for 8 yards and get a first down. But remember, you have that timeout. You're going to want to make sure, you know, clock doesn't run out on you. Call timeout, you know, you kick a field goal and tie it. And then you go to overtime. If it's made, he misses, the game's over. Mahomes on 3rd and 7. Over the middle, caught. Kelsey inside the 20. 15. Out of bounds at the 10 with 10 seconds. And they got a 1st and goal with a timeout still in 9 seconds. Injured 49er. Just a simple fucking crosser over the middle. They go to Kelsey. He's really blown up this second half. He had 1 catch for 1 yard the whole entire first half. He almost has 100 yards now. course, every time he catches the ball, they pay into Taylor Swift. But
Picks up 22 yards. Ball spotted at the 11. You still have
okay, 1st and 10 at the 11 with 9 seconds. So regardless of 1st and 10 at the 11 with 9 seconds, you don't have a lot of shots to punch it in here, as I'd normally say, you know, because it's 1st and 10 to 1st and goal. You know, if there was 9 minutes, you know, let alone 2 minutes, yeah, you got 8 shots to punch it in and score and win it. But 9 seconds, you got 2 plays. And 1st and 10 from the 11, San Francisco going to be charged a timeout because of the injury on defense because we're under 2 minutes. But you got 2 plays with 9 seconds. You're, of course, going to hope not take a sack because it's going to be a longer field goal. Hope not turn it over as well. It'll be, okay, a throwaway if there's nothing there. They might throw a fucking fade for all we know. Because I don't think you're going to go anything to the back of the end zone or the middle of the end zone, or just be caught short at the goal line like we've seen in Super Bowls before too. Even with a timeout, you don't want the clock to run out. So they reset it to 10 seconds, but it's 1st and 10 from the 11. It's not 1st and goal. But regardless of that, it really doesn't fucking matter. Like, you got 2 plays from the 11-yard line with 10 seconds to win the Super Bowl. So Kyle Shanahan going to call another timeout. No, they let it slide. Low snap. Mahomes in the end zone. Incomplete. And no penalty. And a good no call intended for Kelsey. A lot of people would be pissed if they would have threw a flag on that. 6 seconds. 2nd and 10 from the 11. 6 seconds. Do you go for it again and run another play, or do you kick it? They're going to kick it. They're going to trot Harrison Butker on for a game-tying field goal to force overtime in the Super Bowl. He misses. Game's over. 49ers win 19-16. 29-yard field goal. He makes it. We go to overtime. 49ers have a timeout, though. They'll probably call it and ice him. Snap, hold, kick, up, and good. We're tied at 19. 3 seconds. But we're going to overtime in Super Bowl 58. Second ever Super Bowl to go to OT. The other was when the Falcons blew a 28-3 lead against the Patriots in 51. Here we are 7 years later, tied at 19, going to the Super Bowl. And Super Bowl 54 rematch, I might add, with the 49ers and Chiefs. So let's play some more football. They'll just squib the kickoff. But yeah, remember, that's the difference in this game, unless the 49ers have a 1-point lead right now at 20-19. But remember, the Chiefs wouldn't have kicked the field goal there. They would have had to score a touchdown to win it, you know. But yeah, because of a missed extra point, we're going to go to overtime. So 19 apiece. And what I say at halftime? Well, it was actually early third quarter. With being on a standstill, it was still 10-3 forever. At this rate, well, first 20 might win this game. And here we are, tied at 19, going to overtime. So next score is going to fucking win. And that'll crack 20. And you play until you have a winner. There's no time limit. So touchback on the kick rather than a squib. And then some, you know, pitchy woo-woo on a hook and ladder. But he had him open too. No, he had him open in the seam on the far side too. Or near side it would have been. But you also don't want to be short of the goal line. You know? Maybe they go back to that. Okay, 49ers are going to take a knee. And we're going to overtime in Super Bowl 58, tied at 19 with the San Francisco 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs. So let's play ball. More football, that is. So thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions. Live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always great appreciate it as well. And be sure to go check out Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. This will be the first postseason game played under the new overtime rules as well. So yeah, both teams will get a possession, but you play until you have a winner. This game cannot end in a tie, especially the fucking Super Bowl. Because remember, they changed the overtime rules a couple years ago. Haven't had a postseason game go to OT since. The second overtime game in Super Bowl history. Both teams with 3 timeouts. And yeah, we'll play until we have a winner. Yep. Start a new game, basically. Still tie 19 though. Everybody's getting 3 timeouts. Both teams will have a chance to possess the football to score. And then a defensive scorer would win it automatically, though. So San Francisco with the coin toss. They lost it earlier. You're going to want the football if you win this. Tails. San Francisco's getting the ball. So Kansas City's going to kick. Normally, I'd say, yeah, you play defense. This is the fucking Super Bowl. No, you want the ball. You want to score. Normally, you'd want to play defense to know what you got to get. But that momentum might not be there for you by that point in time. And it's the Super Bowl. This ain't week 4, okay? So San Francisco won the coin toss in overtime. They're getting the ball. They lost at the beginning of the game as Kansas City kicked off. Kansas City's still going to kick off because San Francisco's going to football this time. Yeah, normally in overtime you win the coin toss. Well, in college football you play defense. The NFL in regular season you want the football because first score wins. But in postseason in the playoffs, first overtime game in the NFL playoffs since the new rules were brought in a couple years back. Been 20 playoff games, so a couple years. They changed it after the Chief-Bill game the one year. As, the 13-second game, and then they scored, and then from there, the Bills, didn't even touch the ball in OT and lost. But since and until now, we haven't had a playoff game go to overtime. Until now in Super Bowl 58. So more commercials. I don't know if they have to add in or replace them now, or just run basic ones we've already seen, in the past couple months or what. Since you're going to overtime. But, yeah, normally I'd say play defense, okay? But this is a Super Bowl. You score, you play to have a winner, yeah, but you score, you have a lead. Like I said, it's not middle of the season. Normally, yeah, you play defense because then you know what you got to get to win it. But it is a tough decision. But once again, it's the Super Bowl. So defense touchdown wins it. Defense touchdown wins it here. But 15 minutes to go here in overtime. We'll play until we have a winner. 19 apiece, first and 10, Niners, 25-yard line. But both teams will possess the football. That's basically the new part to the overtime rule. At least in the playoffs. Regular season is still okay. You 10-minute period, and first team to score wins, unless defense touchdown, of course, or then there's a field goal ties that you play on, touchdown then wins it next. Pass is picked off over the middle. And they say incomplete. That was close. See a replay here. Right through Debo's hands. He dropped it, and then it hit the ground. Yeah, it's incomplete. Okay. But we'll get more into the decision depending on what happens, on the coin toss with overtime. Do you want it? Do you want to kick it, and play defense? Late whistle. Got a flag and a false start.
Ayuk will take him back to a 2nd and 15.
Well, it's genius by Snead on the other side.
So 2nd and 15. 5 seconds into OT.
Press jam him.
And then if we're still tied at this end of first 15 overtime, they'll add another 15. We will play until we have a winner. This game cannot end in a tie to Super Bowl. They're not giving out 2 Lombardi trophies tonight. They're only giving out 1. Only one of these 2 teams, 49ers Chiefs, being crowned Super Bowl champs to end the season in Super Bowl 58. 2nd and 15, quick pass. Actually, they pump fake that quick bubble screen. And then he underhands the toss to McCaffrey over the middle, and only about a 2-yard gain, so 3rd and 13, yeah.
That was Chris Jones. They're so tired up there that he never moves out of his spot, and that allows him. Now he knows this is Chris Jones' time right here. This is hard, Tim, because I'm always like,
Talked about momentum. I mean, the Chief defense still making stops. Like, they still have momentum on their side. But that's what I was saying, like, in overtime in the Super Bowl, I think you want the football. You want to get momentum on your side. Because it might not, that's the thing, it might not be there if you get the ball back. Well, you would get the ball back, but the thing is, it might not be there. Purdy looking to throw. Pump fakes. Ball's out. They don't say anything. They just say incomplete. Kansas City has it. I mean, where's Tuckerell at? They say fumble. They say incomplete now, 4th down. But there's a flag on the play as well. All right, a lot going on right there. Got to see a replay of that. Rolling on the field is incomplete. Chiefs could challenge and say fumble. Actually, there's a hold on the defense. 5 yards and automatic 1st down, so the 49ers will maintain possession. Wow. A 5-yard hold, takes away a 4th and 13. Well, for that, yeah, you're giving up the hold, especially on Jennings, who's had a big game.
First penalty on the Chiefs since the 2nd quarter. And Gene, you can't quibble with that call.
But, yeah, that's a clear-cut penalty. 1st and 10 from the 27. Yeah, they're on a toss to McCaffrey far side. And he gets a couple yards, 2nd down.
it's so hard to stay committed, especially in these big moments, to running the football, Jim, because you know if defenders want to just bring it, they can all just bring it, and they can actually make it very difficult. Like you're trying to block that, they will not injure you. It's an effort. And you got to
So 2nd and 7 officially here
just a little tired.
from the 30.
Do something similar. Get it outside. Jet sweep. Something a little
And Purdy will hand off once again to McCaffrey. And now they got a 3rd and 2.5, 3 coming up.
Tranquil, one of those in on the tackle. And by the way, Kittle's been out. He's going in.
Kittle's going into the locker room.
Big weapon.
He's running into the locker room. I don't know
My goodness.
I mean, that changes how I call
what would be up with that.
yardage. 3rd and 2.
Because if he had to go to the bathroom, they'd just fucking put the blue 10 up for him and he'd go right there on the sideline.
As long as I don't lose yards, I'm going for it. I'm not letting Mahomes dictate to me 100% Andy Reid, Kyle Shanahan.
3rd and 2 from the 35. They get it off. And Purdy's pass complete. Brandon Ayuk gets to the 46-yard line. 1st and 10.
He's one of the best route runners, I've told you over and over. But the motions that Kyle Shanahan is creating, the stack, he's
They
creating
barely got the play off for one. But then a good chip by McCaffrey for some pass pro, which opened up the pass zone.
Shanahan to get that advantage.
Because Ayuk found separation and got open. So 1st and 10, San Fran from the 46. Back to the run game. And they will run McCaffrey. And he gets 4, maybe 5 to midfield. 2nd down.
To you, Jim, it's a short
Kittle has a shoulder injury, so probably not coming back.
This franchise record-time 6 Super Bowl victories, tie Pittsburgh and New England for the most. Will be the first in 28 years. Sean Purdy.
So 2nd and 6, San Fran from midfield. We're tied at 19 here in overtime in the Super Bowl. Purdy out of the gun, gets pressure, dumps it off on a screen to McCaffrey, who gets a first down. Far sideline, 35, 30, pushed out about the 25, it looks like. We'll see the spot, but 1st and 10. Field goal. Okay, Chiefs can kick a field goal at a time. We play on. But then if the Chiefs would score a touchdown, they'd win the game. Because then both teams would have possessed the football. If the 49ers score, the Chiefs need to score to keep the game going. But then there's the aspect into the kicking game, you know, with extra points being made and missed here tonight, along with, you know, the field goals we've seen too. So 1st and 10 from the 26. McCaffrey on the toss again. Far side to the 18-yard line, inside the red zone. They're knocking on the door, looking to retake the lead with 10-20 to play in overtime here. But once again, if we're still tied at this first end of the first 15 minutes, they'll reset it and we'll continue to play. We're playing until we have a winner. This game will not, because it cannot end in a tie. It is a Super Bowl. 2nd and 2 with 10 minutes on the clock. And at this point, yeah, if the 49ers win with those stats, McCaffrey's going to win MVP. Handoff. Elijah Mitchell for a first down run to the 13-yard line. Got a late penalty, though. Got a hold. 10 yards, they'll replay it. So, first down, no. They'll replay 2nd down because of the hold. And Kittle's coming back out. He says, fuck my shoulder injury. It's Super Bowl. I'm going back out. So 2nd and, yeah, that's a hold. These refs have let him play. They've called, once again, the clear-cut penalties, but other than that, nothing else. You know, there hasn't been anything like, what the hell was that? Or why didn't you call that? Every penalty's been a penalty. So, okay, brings up 2nd and 12. 2nd and 12. From the 28. Empty set. Purdy. All day to throw. Rolls out. Gonna step back. Throw. Caught. Kittle. Or Juszczyk, excuse me. Kyle Juszczyk. And they give him the first down right at the marker. So 1st and 10, San Fran. How you doing, big dog? Come here, buddy. Huh? Come here. Lay down. What's up? That's a catch. That's a catch. 1st and 10. And Purdy hands off McCaffrey to the 8. So 2nd down. Yeah, he's going to win MVP if they win. He will. There's no question at this point. Well, whether it's a catch or not, they ran a play afterwards, and, you know, that's that. So, you know, quit fucking talking about it. So 2nd and 4, San Fran from the 9. They'll run McCaffrey again. No gain, 3rd down. Big 3rd down coming up. I mean, because then if you don't get it, do you go for it? Do you kick it, take the points? You know, because then the Chiefs are getting the ball back. and they'll get a chance to do something, and then you have a field goal. They kick a field goal, you play on, tie at 22, but you kick a field goal, they score a touchdown, they win. So big 3rd and 4 coming up. From the 8.5-yard line, 3rd and 4, empty set. They've taken up half of this overtime. 7.5 now in this OT to go. Purdy's pass in the end zone, nobody there, incomplete. You got to kick it. You got to take the points. Once again, it ain't 4th and a yard. That's what got them to the 19-16 lead. And then they held Kansas City to field goal to tie at 19. That's why we're in overtime. You got to kick it and go up 22-19. And then if, they score a touchdown, then I guess so fucking be it. And, that's that. They win, you lose. He had a man wide open in the back of the end zone, too. But he couldn't get it to him because of the pressure. But then if you can force him to another field goal, you're tied at 22 again. You continue to play on. So a 27-yard field goal to extend the lead in overtime. This will not be for the win because the Chiefs will still get a possession. High snap, hold down, kicks up and good. So 22-19. Chiefs need at least a field goal to tie to play on. But if the Chiefs score a touchdown, this game's over. They win and win themselves another Super Bowl. So, commercial break. Jack Black is back as Kung Fu Panda. I believe this is like the 4th or 5th, let alone 6th movie in the franchise. Yeah, Kung Fu Panda 4, coming out about a month. And now they're rerunning Super Bowl commercials from earlier, re-airing the Arnold Schwarzenegger State Farm commercial, because obviously they don't have anything fucking else, because they didn't expect this game to go to overtime. Get to the chopper. Neighbor. All right, here we go. Kansas City needs at least field goal to, have this game play on. But if Chiefs score a touchdown, they win the game. Now, if old postseason rules, 49ers there with the field goal, well, technically, you still play on because it's only a field goal. But if the 49ers were to score a touchdown there, the game would be over. The Chiefs wouldn't even got the ball under the old rules. New rules, both teams get a possession. So 49ers kickoff, touchback, 1st and 10, Chiefs from the 25-yard line. Got 3 timeouts, 75 yards. Kick field goal to tie it. Once again, you play on at 22. But if the Chiefs drive and score a touchdown, they win this game. And they're Super Bowl 58 champs. And, first team to win back-to-back since the Patriots did in 03-04 and Super Bowl 38 and 39. And Andy Reid was on the other end of that 39 loss in Jacksonville with New England beating Philadelphia. Which that should have been a Pennsylvania Super Bowl, but I'll digress. The Steelers won the next year in 40 anyway. Won 43 a couple years after that, too. But 2 yards or 2nd and 8 coming up. 104th NFL season. This is the 19 years since the last repeat champ. Longest drought of all time since the Patriots. 2nd and 8, Kansas City from the 28. Mahomes dumps it off. And Rashee Rice gets a 3rd and a yard coming up for the Chiefs. As he got 7 yards there on the reception. So 3rd and 1. And if they ever get in a 4th down situation, they got to go for it, because unless they kick a field goal. Run a draw on 3rd and a yard. No. So now here's your ball game. 4th down coming up. They don't convert, game's over. If they do not convert this, the game's over. Yeah, somebody will take a timeout. But if they convert, drive stays alive, you play on. Yeah, somebody's calling timeout. Who's it going to be?
It is a timeout call.
It's too big, too much going on there, but not call timeout. Let it slow down. But what's the play call? 4th and a yard for the Super Bowl. I think you just fucking get up there and sneak it. You know, I don't think you're going to want to pass and throw, because then it might be with pressure and a throwaway, game's over. Or go deep. You don't need 20 yards, you need a yard. Like, just get up under center and fucking sneak, a little on a fullback dive or hand off on a give up the middle. It's a timeout, Chiefs. And with that timeout, the 49ers can still call a timeout. So 4th and a yard. 4th and a half yard, really. And they'll work out of the gun. Why? Kelsey in motion. Mahomes gets the give. He's going to tuck it and run and keep it for himself. Gets the first down. All right. That's ballsy. It looked like it was going to be a rollout. He was going to dump it off to Kelsey in the flat. But then he has a hole and he tucks off and he tucks it, takes off, and runs. So they show a field goal extends the game, touchdown wins it. But a 1st and 10, they convert on 4th and a yard there. Turnover would end it too, I might add. Chiefs turn it over, fumble, interception, game's over, 49ers win. Mahomes looking to throw, complete, far side, MVS. And then they're going to lose 4 yards on that when he had a gain of 8. Because he just dancing around. Didn't want to go north-south. Well, Kelsey was wide open. Ran a simple curl. Mahomes dumps it off to him. He turns and runs. Gets a first down, but just what the fuck? So it should be 2nd and 2, but it's 2nd and 14. After an 8-yard reception, he went backwards after the catch. What the hell? Now San Fran brings pressure. They give it right back to him. He goes forward this time. Gets some of those yards back, but it's still like 3rd and 6. Yeah, 3rd and 6 coming up. So from the 45, 3rd and 6. They need the 49 and the Niners on their side of the 50. Mahomes pass, caught Rashee Rice. Far side, pushed out of bounds to the 40. Wow. And Mahomes now over 300 yards passing. So if they'd win, he probably wins MVP, I bet. So from a 4th and a 1 to a first down, and a 3rd and 6 to a first down. First and 10. Mahomes wanted to go deep, dumps it off Pacheco. And stays in bounds. He got 4 yards, so clock's in 1. Thing is if this clock expires and they're down, game's over, right? Like, they're just not going to play on. Like, they got to score before the time runs out with a field goal to tie it, to extend it, or touchdown wins it, right? Like, that's the other part to it. Like, you're not going to go to a second overtime, 22-19. 2nd and 6. Because I think, we should be getting a 2-minute warning here in 50 seconds or so. Timeouts, Niners. They're giving them the fucking short yards. They don't want them to go deep.
No. No offense. This is where he's telling Steve, I don't want to go cover 0 because you feel like you're going to come after him here. Give me a different play. That's why he did it. And doing that right there. It's too easy to see pre-snap.
How scary is it to be that defense and to know if you surrender these last 37 yards, it's a season ender for them and a Super Bowl title for Kansas
Yeah.
City.
Be tough pill to swallow.
Gonna come back and promise you, this is not just Steve Wilkes, who's called an incredible game. But this is a Kyle Shanahan call right with him. He called timeout. Look.
So 2nd and 6 here for the Chiefs. Ball at the 37-yard line. Down 3 in OT. Rice in motion. Run a screen with Pacheco. He's got a block. And right there at the marker. I don't know if he got it, though. They're going to mark him short, 3rd and inches.
This was not for Fred Warner. This might be a touchdown because this was a wide open. That's a great play call because Andy Reid was calling for this.
I don't know how he didn't get that. Well, that's a first down on that look. They might look at that. That's a first down. That's a first down. 3rd and a yard. Not even. Mahomes is going to tuck it and run again. Gets another first down inside the 20, 15, down to the 13. Putting the team on his back. 1st and 10, Chiefs at the 13. Field goal extends, touchdown wins the game. Where's Travis Kelce at? He's gone quiet. Turnover ends at 2. But Mahomes right now, this drive, they win the game. Yeah, they're talking about this forever. And legacy and dynasty and yeah, you're going to go back to this drive. 2nd down and 6, 7. Minute 15 to go in OT. 22-19 San Fran. Once again, field goal ties, extends the game, touchdown wins at Kansas City. 2nd ever Super Bowl to go to overtime. With a minute here to go. There was no 2-minute warning, I might add. So if this clock runs out, like, game's over, or pass caught, Kelce on a tight end screen, and he gets the first down. That's a 1st and goal inside the 5. But yeah, the clock runs out, you know, game's over, right? Or because they have to score before the time runs out. You're not going to go to 2nd overtime before 22-19, or at that score 22-19. That's the timing part to it. Like, it normally would be untimed. Okay, it would be the end of the 1st quarter at the end of this 1st overtime. So they would still switch ends and would go to another overtime, basically. Well, we don't need to. With 3 seconds left, Patrick Mahomes passing touchdown to Mecole Hardman, and the Kansas City Chiefs have won the Super Bowl over the San Francisco 49ers once again, as they did in Super Bowl 54. 25-22 going to be your final score. And they have won back-to-back Super Bowl championships, becoming the first franchise in NFL history to do so since New England Patriots did 20 years ago in Super Bowl 38 and 39. And they've won, also, I might add, 3 and 5. 54, lost in 55, didn't play in 56, but then they win 57 and 58. And, yeah, Mahomes just cemented his legacy right there. Chiefs dynasty's here. That's going to be a tough one for the 49ers. Well, they need to do post-game handshakes here before the fucking celebration. And then they, of course, pan to Jake Moody because he missed a fucking extra point, and that was the difference on why we went to overtime. And then the Chiefs win it in overtime. So time was ticking away there. As I was saying, Patrick Mahomes interview, Kelsey's going to get interviewed. We'll see Taylor Swift a lot, I'm sure. See what he has to say here. Everybody was like, okay, what's wrong with the Chiefs? Nothing's wrong. They just, as I said then, and he's the 5th quarterback to win 3 Super Bowls. They just weren't winning the games they were supposed to be winning. But they'd be fine. They'd get there in the end. And then sure enough, they go on a fucking run in the playoffs. And they had to go on the road in the playoffs for the first time too. It's the start of a dynasty. We're not done. Well, remember when the Patriots had their dynasty, won 3 in 4 years. Chiefs first to win back-to-back since the Patriots did 20 years ago. New England didn't get back to the Super Bowl and win it for a decade. Remember, they were in 42 and in 46. But remember, Eli Manning and the Giants beat Tom Brady and the Patriots those games. So, just win, baby, for the Chiefs in Vegas. And they found a way to do it. It was a simple, out of the gun, rollout, far side in the flat. Hardman's wide open at the goal line. He dumps it off to him, touchdown. In the 49er end zone, I might add. But as I was saying, though, with the time, like, okay, well, do they need to score? Game's over, the end of overtime then? Or if they kick field goal, tie, okay, play on? No, it would be as if the end of the first quarter, you switch ends, then you play on still, field goal, okay, you play on, touchdown wins it. But they don't need to go that way, as I was saying then. They don't need to even do that because just fucking scored. And that's going to be a tough one for San Francisco. They had that game seemingly in the bag at halftime. But remember, it's a 60-minute game. Plus another 15 on top of it. They played about 75 minutes tonight. They played 74-57 officially because there was 3 seconds left in overtime when he crossed the goal line, so to speak, in the end zone for a touchdown to win it. And the Chiefs are your Super Bowl 58 champions, defeating the San Francisco 49ers. Your final score, an odd 25-22, yeah. And as you know, San Fran was a 1.5 point favorite. Over-under was a 47.5. 47.5 was the over-under. Add up 25 and 22 for me and tell me what you get and let me know. So hopefully you had one of those sides to it. That's Vegas for you. That's gambling. That's a fucking bad beat right there. Especially for a game-winning touchdown. To win it in the Super Bowl of all games. So, post-game handshakes, celebration, disappointment. We'll have the post-game trophy ceremony here momentarily with the Lombardi Trophy. And, I mean, you're talking about the Kansas City Chiefs now from 2019 to 2023 as you talk about the Green Bay Packers in Super Bowls 1 and 2, along with all their NFL championships prior. You're talking about the Kansas City Chiefs now as you did the Steelers in the 70s, along with the Cowboys and the 49ers in the 80s and 90s, the Patriots of the 2000s, among other teams that have won Super Bowls throughout that time as well. You know, of course, you don't want to forget about, because the Giants won a couple. The Niners have been there. You know, they're sort of like, I'm trying to think of the team that's, been there but just come up short. Like Peyton Manning was in 4 Super Bowls in less than a decade, and won 2 of the 4 of them, and won with 2 different teams. He won 41 with the Colts, lost 44 with the Colts, and then he lost 48 with the Broncos, and then won 50 with the Broncos. So San Francisco's still right there, but they can't get over that fucking hump and win a Super Bowl. They haven't won a Super Bowl in almost 3 decades now. Even though they've been in, make it 3, dating back to Super Bowl 47 11 years ago, when they lost in the final seconds to the Baltimore Ravens, and Joe Flacco's going to fucking Disney World. And then they lose 54 and they lose 58 to both the Kansas City Chiefs. The 49ers are what the Bengals were to the 49ers way back when. You know? That's what the Niners are to the Chiefs right now. That's what the fucking Patriots were to the Giants there. You know, for those two. Or else Brady would have a couple more rings. You know, for God's sakes. So, yeah, you're talking about the Kansas City Chiefs now in a whole nother, you know, upper echelon dimension, you know. Because, I mean, no doubt about it, it's a dynasty. It is. I mean, when you do win, you know, 3 in 5 years, 5 seasons technically, 4 years, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, would be 5 seasons, yeah. When they were, remember, they lost 55 to Brady and the Bucks. Who knows, they win that. That's 4 in that time, not 3 now tonight. And then remember, they lost in the AFC Championship game to go to 56, and then the Bengals lost to the Rams. You know, so they've been there. And they were sort of there, remember, beforehand, or else they would have been in 53. But the Patriots beat the Chiefs in overtime in the AFC Championship game, and then the Patriots beat the Rams in the Super Bowl. 25-22, your final score in overtime. In Super Bowl 58. I don't even know what fucking time it is. It's almost 11 o'clock. No doubt about it, longest Super Bowl ever in history. What a fucking game. I mean, what a way to end the season. Either way you look at it, people are going to be mad, happy, you know, pissed off, sad, you know, in celebration. It doesn't matter, you know. You know, there's always going to be something to fucking bitch and complain about. But you got to give it to the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, they had to come back and win this game the way they did. Because remember, early on, you know, they were looking like shit. You know, and hopefully they'll admit that. Because when they do, if they do, it'll not necessarily take the pressure off them, but it'll make it, you know, sound better. But yeah, on the biggest of stages, Mahomes went out and won the game. He's going to win MVP. He has to win MVP. And I'd be surprised if he doesn't. If the 49ers won, like I said, it was either going to be Christian McCaffrey or Jawan Jennings. But remember, it was 10-0 and 10-3 at halftime. And what a second half and what overtime. Ain't over until it's over. Ain't over, especially in overtime in the Super Bowl. You play until you have a winner. So, like I said, what a game. You know, congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs. Like I said, when they won 54, they won last year. I'll say it again now. This ain't just for this team. This is for all the Chiefs who, you know, played before them. Because this is this team. This is this. Even though this team is different than last year's team and, you know, team that won the Super Bowl a couple years prior to that. You know, it's still the franchise. You know, and, you know, to the fans, yeah, congrats. But then, like I said earlier, they went from being the underdog to being the dominant, you know, team that wins all the time to being hated because of it. But you got to respect it. You know, if you want to shut them up, you go out and fucking beat them. You know, that's how you get through that. So, when was the last time, if ever, somebody won 3 Super Bowls in a row? We're going to have to go back and look. Because that's going to be the next thing. You know, that's sort of coming off of the past 2 years in college football, with Georgia winning back-to-back national championships. When was the last time somebody won 3 straight college football playoff national championships. It was Minnesota in the 1930s. Of course, we know Georgia didn't win the national championship this year. Michigan did. Harbaugh's back in the NFL with the LA Chargers as their head coach. As since the last time we spoke, of course, from the playoffs, the coaching carousel spun. Everything's been filled. We'll get into that at a later date. But, you know, of course, the off season's coming up. We'll go from the Super Bowl to the combine to free agency to the draft to, of course, the dog days of summer. You'll get training camp, preseason. Next year will be here before you know it. But, you know, I'm trying to think, when was the last time somebody won 3 straight Super Bowls? Because I know teams have won 3 and 4 years, but I don't think anybody's ever won 3 straight Super Bowls, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to look that up right now just to be certain. There's the Super Bowl 58 NFL Shop commercial for the Kansas City Chiefs. But, yeah, let's look up Super Bowl winners. I could tell you offhand who won. Mostly all of them. But at this rate, it's just fucking easier to look up for 3, especially 3 straight. So they're about to award the Lombardi Trophy again to the Hunt family, the Chiefs Kingdom, and the Kansas City Chiefs. So they'll tomahawk chop their way to victory. Yeah, I don't think, like I said, anybody's won 3 in a row. The teams that have won 2 in a row. As there's the Vince Lombardi Trophy. The teams that have won 2 in a row, the Packers, the Dolphins, the Steelers. The Steelers did it twice. The 49ers did it. The Cowboys did it. The Broncos did it. The Patriots did it. And they were the last to do so to win back-to-back. So nobody has won 3 straight ever. So that's going to be their next goal. It'll be a lot like the talk of Georgia entering this past year in college football. Can they win 3 in a row? Well, they didn't. Michigan did. So I'm not saying Kansas City's winning or not winning the Super Bowl next year, but just, you know, nobody's done it before. But Roger Goodell, he says, wow, he has the Lombardi Trophy, and what a game. He says, thanks to Vegas, who would ever thought once again the Super Bowl would be being played in Las Vegas, but here we are. Trophy closet, trophy case, whatever you want to fucking call it, Roger Goodell. It's tough to win, but it's tough to stay on top after you win. And then they do just that. So the confetti falls.
And 3 here in just the last few years. We call that a dynasty.
That is a dynasty.
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate Andy, the football team, our coaching staff on an incredible performance. And it's been an amazing 5-year run. I want to thank the Lord for giving us this opportunity. Watching today's
So
game,
Clark Hunt giving his speech.
parents and how proud they were.
Mahomes is going to win MVP.
At their heart, they were the biggest
He's going to go to Disney World again.
and they were
Kelsey's going to get on the mic and cue Beastie Boys because they're still fighting for their right to party. And they'll be doing just that all off season, win another Super Bowl.
Congratulations, Clark.
But, and then there's the Taylor Swift factor to it. Who gives a shit?
thank you, Jim.
You know?
Kudos to the team. What an incredible performance. One of the most thrilling Super Bowls I've ever seen.
Yeah. This Super Bowl might go down as the best ever for all we know.
Andy Reid.
Andy Reid, Big Red, former Eagle head coach, got them to the Super Bowl after numerous NFC Championship game appearances, but then lost. And that was in 39, the last time we had a repeat Super Bowl champ. And that was New England Patriots. He was on the losing end of it. Now he's on the winning end of it 20 years later. Took overtime. But now he's the 5th head coach with 3 Super Bowl wins, too. All in Kansas City. Like I said then, like, Philly should never fire. It worked out for him for a little bit. They did win one, got back last year. He beat them. But then he's gone to Kansas City the past decade and won 3 fucking Super Bowls in half that time. You know, there's the Gatorade bath. Looks like purple for the color, for anybody wondering that. He's going to say, how about those cheese? He's going to be eating some cheeseburgers. Yeah, grab the Super Bowl Lombardi trophy before he drops it or falls. Gives it to Patrick Mahomes. He's going to win MVP. Has to. The gunslinger. The modern day Dan Marino, Brett Favre, if you will. But now he's going to be chasing, you know, more records. And he's the 3rd player all time with 3 Super Bowl MVPs. So every time they've won the Super Bowl, he's won MVP. The other 2, Joe Montana and Tom Brady. And there's the discussion on who's the greatest quarterback of all time between those 2. Now add Mahomes to the mix, you know, in that regard. But no doubt about it, it was a team win. You know, like I said earlier, they were playing like shit, and they had to come back and win this. Remember, early 3rd quarter, nobody was doing a damn thing. It's 10-3 at halftime. Usher comes out, and then, you know, till 5 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter, it was 10-6. And then they scored off the fumbled punt, the muffed punt. And then remember, the 49ers retook the lead, missed extra point. Chiefs tied it at 16. 49ers went up 19-16. Chiefs tied it to force overtime at 19. And then 22-19, but then they win it with a touchdown overtime. So he hands over the trophy to Travis Kelce. There's Swift. Viva Las Vegas. So rather than fighting for your right, Viva Las Vegas. Travis fucking Kelce. Talk about charisma. Like, he has it.
So win this one when we met a couple of days ago. You know, you said, and I'm not looking ahead, but we got a lot more we want to do.
And there's his brother Jason Kelce, who he beat last year in the Super Bowl.
Well, you know, the goal's always been to get 3. But we couldn't get here without getting the 2 and having that target on our back all year.
So the target's still going to be there, though.
The men that we just won this thing with, family forever, baby.
Family, yeah.
Proud of you guys, and how about it? We get a chance to do it 3 times in a row. How do you get excited for that, baby?
Yeah, they got a chance to win 3 in a row now next year, like I was saying. You still got to fight for your right. That's right, yeah. You got to fight for your right to party. He's a character. He's straight sure, though, you know. And yeah, Mecole Hardman, the former Chief who went to the Jets, and then he came back to Kansas City this year, scores the game-winning touchdown. So they'll go back, I was going to say the studio, a little in the booth, but to the NFL Today crew, James Brown, Phil Simms, Boomer Esiason, Nate Burleson, J.J. Watt, and Super Bowl winning Hall of Fame coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Bill Cowher. Former chief assistant, I might add. It was the coordinator in KC, and then he was hired by Pittsburgh after Chuck Noll retired. As there's Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. A lot of people are going to be watching this if he's getting down on one knee or not. So they're hugging it out, celebrating. So, and you can say conspiracy theory this, that, because of Taylor Swift. No. I can understand ratings. That's all they fucking care about. Money. But remember, the Chiefs were winning like this before she came along. And Kelsey was playing, you know, a Hall of Fame career before she came along. And then this year, it's just the media talk. That's all it is. And they still go out and win it. It'd be a different story if they didn't, then they can bash it that way. You know. But, yeah. Yeah, San Francisco, I mean, you got to give them credit. They played their tail off. It just came up just short, though. You know. That's what the 49ers to the Chiefs are what the Bengals were to the 49ers back when. It's exactly what they are. So they're kicking it, and they're fighting for their right to party. So let's have a party with our red Solo cups. And once again, rest in peace to Toby Keith, a true, real American badass, a legend. So thank you.
Rachel, you okay?
I live with a broken phone. I can't trade it. Okay, that's dramatic.
But they go to break. We'll see if they come back. We'll turn on ESPN for some NFL prime time with Boomer. They'll be showing off some highlights, talking about the game, of course. But yeah, what a game. What a fucking game. That's going to go down in the history books as arguably, potentially the best Super Bowl of all time. Especially with overtime and then, you know, them coming back. Like, once again, normally it's the 49ers coming from behind. No, it's the Chiefs coming back now. Like, San Fran had their chances. They had their chances. Seemingly the momentum switched with that muff punt. It did. Because remember, it was 10-3 at halftime. The trick play for a touchdown was the difference at that point in time. 10-3 at the half, and then it was 10-6, 10 minutes into the third quarter because nobody was doing anything. Didn't have any first downs forever. It was a punt contest. From there, yeah, the Chiefs kicked the field goal. And then still had about 2:20 to play, I think. 2:30, 2:25, 2:28, something like that. Go in the third. San Fran still wasn't doing anything. Kansas City punted again. But then the muff punt. One play later, they scored. 13-10, had their first lead. San Francisco had a decision to make on to go for it on fourth down or kick it. They went for it, got it, scored then. Went up 16-13, but then the difference then, in which why we went to overtime, was the missed extra point. It was blocked at the line of scrimmage. There's the NFL copyright saying Viva Las Vegas, and that's it. So that does it for the NFL season with Kansas City Chiefs winning the Super Bowl. And they'll hit another commercial break here, but then the new show Tracker on CBS is debuting, something that they've been promoting all fucking football season long for after the Super Bowl. It's supposed to come on an hour ago, but of course game ran late because it went to overtime, and then you have post game and everything. Like, yeah, it's going to go down as arguably the best Super Bowl ever. You know, some would beg to differ, and rightfully so. I would too. I'm just saying that right now, just because of the way it was. You'd really have to think about that, you know. But it's going to go down as the longest game ever, if I'm not mistaken. Unless, well, maybe back in the 70s, they would have played like double overtime and stuff like that. Have to do some research. Because, of course, the roles have changed through time. And then the timing aspect to it. Like, of course, this game kicked off at a little after 6:30. Halftime was late, about quarter after 8, halftime show. Which that always runs long during Super Bowl anyway. And then, you know, you finish it up. So Big Blue in the corner. We are Penn State, but the local channels now. Yeah. To, you know, the way it ended. But actually, they take us back to Vegas still. The post-game show will continue. Well, actually, they'll go to CBS Sports Network. Tracker's about to come on. So they're going to say thanks, as I will too. Thank you for tuning in all season long. So they sign off. We turn on ESPN for some NFL prime time. Cue the music as the Chiefs win another Super Bowl. And they trailed by 10 plus points in all 3 Super Bowl wins. It's the most ever. Wow. That's right. They did trail in all 3 games and came back and won. Like, they found ways to win. And great teams do that. You know? And that drive in overtime, yeah, they'll remember that forever. That's why they won the game. But once again, back to what I was saying, remember, it was 10-6, the muff punt. One play later, they scored. Chiefs took their first lead. 13-10. 49ers had a 4th down. They went for it, got it. Ended up scoring another and kicking it, tying at 13. So they're up 16-13. Extra point was missed, though, because of a block. If it was 17-13, we're not tied at 19 because, remember, the 49ers kicked another field goal. And then it would have been 20, you know. So that's why we ended up going to overtime, you know. So it goes back to really Robbie Gould. 49ers, they moved on. He retired as they drafted Jake Moody out of Michigan. And he missed a lot of kicks this year. And he missed one in crunch time, and it came back to bite him in the ass. I'm not saying that's why they lost. Defense did give a game-winning touchdown. They broke, you know. Both defenses were bent all game long. That's how good they were playing, you know, but then that's how good the offenses got going and rolling later on. Like, it was a hard-fought, almost 75-minute game in football time, that is, with almost 5 full quarters. They're 3 seconds short of that as you cross the goal line in the end zone for a touchdown. So, yeah, Chiefs won another Super Bowl. But, yeah, it was 16-16 then. And then 49ers go up 19-16. Chiefs tied at 19. Remember, that missed extra point. It's 20-16. The Chiefs, they need a touchdown at the end of regulation with that 10 seconds to win it then, rather than kick a field goal to go to overtime. But then we go to overtime, 19 apiece. And then 49ers won the coin toss. They took the football. Normally in overtime, when both teams are getting the ball, and you know that off the bat, you play defense because you know what you got to get to win. Well, the 49ers won the coin toss, and they wanted the football. Well, they kicked a field goal. Took up 7.5 of the clock. Okay, the time would have continued on. It wouldn't have ended if it hit 0-0, I might add, okay? Which we didn't know because it was the first new NFL playoff overtime game with the new rules. So Yeah, 22-19. But remember, there was a fourth down. Kansas City had a 4th and yard, and Mahomes on his feet took off and ran. Got a first down. They had another 3rd down on that drive. Got a first down again. Field goal would have tied it. You play on then. You know, you play until you have a winner. But then, yeah, with 3 seconds left in overtime, Mahomes finds Mecole Hardman in the flat in the end zone. Touchdown, the Chiefs win it 25-22 over the San Francisco 49ers here in Super Bowl 58. So, what a fucking game. And what a way to end the season. So, they've won back-to-back. First NFL franchise to do that in 20 years since New England Patriots did so 20 years ago in Super Bowl 38 and 39. They go back-to-back in 57 and 58. And Mahomes about to join the podium with NFL primetime, so we'll see what he has to say. So, he says, how we doing? He says, surreal. Well, and I don't think it's going to sink in for a while. I mean, once again, yeah, their season, everybody was like, well, they're not playing good. You know, their defense is good, but, you know, they're not there on offense. Like, what's wrong? Nothing's wrong. They're going to be fine. This shows exactly that. But then it's the drive and overtime. You know, that cements his legacy. You know, the 3 Super Bowls and 5 seasons. And yeah, 4th and 1 from the 35-yard line. They had to go for it. And then they drained the clock. 6 minutes, went another 55 yards, 60 yards, and scored and won. And there's Kelsey now. They got them both together on NFL primetime. Whoop. Whoop. I don't know about ever. Because he's still got a lot of football to be played. You know? But that's the thing. The Chiefs ain't fucking going anywhere. You know? And as a Steeler fan myself, you don't like it? Well, they'll say, you know, cry me a river. Because truly, that's what you got to do. You got to go out and beat them. Or you're going to be doing just that, okay? Like, you want this to change, you go out and win. Might add, as a Steeler fan, the last time that an NFL team won back-to-back Super Bowls, you know who won the Super Bowl the next year? Oh, that's right. I'll wait for your response in the comments. I know the answer. It's the black and gold. So, not saying they're winning 59 next year down on the Bayou in New Orleans, but hey, you never know. That's why they play the games. But like I said, once again, what a game. What a way to end the season. See what else they have to say here. Yeah, good for Andy Reid, too. I mean, because there's talk potentially, okay, win or lose in the playoffs, like, maybe he retires. He ain't going anywhere. He ain't fucking going anywhere. Like, he'd be stupid to retire. You know, because at the end of this, if they keep winning, he's going to have the all-time wins record. He might have all-time, you know, Super Bowl wins. He might pass Belichick, you know, here before too long. Because Bill, remember, didn't get a head coaching gig after him in New England parted ways. He was held without an offer from all the openings. Even though he interviewed, he did not get a gig. So he's going to seemingly take the year off, maybe do TV, who knows. And then maybe get back into it next year unless he just flat out retires, you know. But now we're going to get into the season of a lot of bullshit, you know, a lot of fucking rumors, you know, because there's no football on. The UFL will be on end of next month as the XFL and USFL merge. But Yeah, like I said, the Chiefs now are, as Kelsey just brought up, talk about tiers. They're in that upper echelon now of teams. Like I said, you talk about teams and dynasties and teams of the decades. Like you go from the Packers to the Steelers, to the 49ers, to the Cowboys, to the Patriots. You're looking at the Chiefs, now in that regard. You are. So, circling the wagons. They're on fucking fire right now. They're the 9th team to repeat as champs, first since the 03-04 Pats, but nobody in the Super Bowl era has won 3 in a row. Let me look into that. You got to go back. I'm sure somebody won 3 in a row as an NFL champion, or an AFL champion. And you're going to be going back, a long fucking time for that. This is from the start of the NFL, over 100 years ago, to when the AFL and NFL merged to form the NFL in 1970. So let's see about 3 in a row. The Packers did in the late 20s, early 30s. 29, 30, 31, the Green Bay Packers won 3 in a row. And then the Bears won back-to-back in the 40s, around World War II. Eagles won 2 in a row in the late 40s. The Lions won 2 in a row in the early 50s. The Browns won 2 in a row in the mid-50s. The Packers won 2 in a row in the early 60s. The last team to win 3 straight championships in the NFL, 1966, 1967, and technically it'd be 65, 66, 67. It was early 66, early 67, and late 67. The Packers won 3 in a row. And that was just a few years prior to the NFL forming. So the Chiefs are going to be looking to do that for the first time in, at the start of next season, technically almost 60 years. Yeah. Maybe 59, to be honest with you, if my math's right. Going in Super Bowl 59 next year as well. So, why not the head coach? Yeah, the Chiefs now back-to-back, but they're going to look to win 3 in a row and be the first since the Green Bay Packers did so in the 1960s. And that was still the NFL, before the AFL-NFL merger in 1970, for what we know the NFL, National Football League, today. So, they'll take a commercial break. I'm sure that Gatorade bath felt awesome. He gives a big couple claps and a Ric Flair. But there's the Super Bowl champs graphic on the Las Vegas Sphere. So they'll go to commercial break. We'll pull up some stats. In the meantime, I just want to say thank you once again for tuning in and watching. Just not today for Super Bowl 58, but all season long. And the season actually started for myself week 1 with Pittsburgh Steelers against San Francisco 49ers. And then it ends here almost to the date. It was September 10th, week 1 that Sunday. Here we are, February 11th, 2024. At the end of the season now, with the Kansas City Chiefs beating the San Francisco 49ers in overtime, Super Bowl 58, 25-22, your final score. So we'll pull up some stats and scores for you. So I'll say once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Make sure in the meantime, didn't miss anything of my list of notes. The big play, I mean, It had to have been that muffed punt because then one play later, they score. They have the lead. 49ers retook the lead. And then you have the other big play would be the missed extra point. So special teams playing key in the Super Bowl. You always got to rely on that third phase of the game. You don't know, how offense, defense are going to go. But at least if you can move the football, drive stalls, you get some points out of it. Play field position. Maybe it doesn't go your way and goes the other team's way, in that regard, because of a turnover. At 4 total turnovers tonight. And only one of them was capitalized off of points. And that was the muffed punt. So that's why I'm saying that big play had to have been the muffed punt plus the missed extra point then. Because remember, the Chiefs took a lead then 13-10, but the 49ers retook the lead 16-13, missed extra point. They tied at 16, then it goes 19-16, 19-19, we go to overtime. 49ers, well, they kicked a lot of field goals too. And we broke records for longest field goals in Super Bowl history tonight, as we had a couple from 50 plus here this evening. So, they couldn't punch it in, at times when they, probably looking back on it, needed to, because then they end up losing. But as these stats load, that I would have to think that would be the sequence of big plays, no doubt about it. The trick play was the double pass early, and that was the difference. But then it was really the missed extra point was the fucking difference. And then who steps up? Well, it was Mecole Hardman. Mecole Hardman with a big 50-yard completion, or reception, excuse me, on the pass completed from Mahomes. As Kelsey was wide open on the play, but then remember, a play later, they fumbled. But then the 2 Chief turnovers didn't come back to bite them in the ass. Even though they were playing like shit early, 49ers couldn't capitalize off them. Just think, they capitalize off of those. They score touchdowns rather than set over field goals. They probably easily win the game. Because, I still thought I think a lot of people did, okay, yeah, this is their game to lose. They don't have them in the bag, but it's their game to lose, as mentioned at halftime. But then, mid-third quarter, here come the Chiefs. And it really was the muffed punt, the touchdown play later. Yeah, they scored. But then the missed extra point, and then you trade field goals, you get into overtime. And then, Mecole Hardman was the one who stepped up. Former Chief, back in Kansas City, as he went to the Jets recently. And that didn't work out, so they brought him back with a trade. He catches the game-winning touchdown in the Super Bowl from a few yards out. Out of 4-yard reception, because that play before they had from the 13-yard line after that scramble, complete to Kelsey on the screen, and then he's down first and goal inside the 5, and then the next play, roll out in the flat far side. Mahomes finds Mecole Hardman for the game-winning touchdown. So, Chiefs win at 25-22 in Super Bowl 58. So, but once again, what a game. What a game. But we got winners. Those are the Kansas City Chiefs. We got losers. Those are the San Francisco 49ers. And they're fighting for their right to party. Viva Las Vegas, as Travis Kelce was mentioning. More players joining for interviews. But, the Chief dynasty is literally happening in front of our eyes. So, once again, you don't like it? Well, your favorite team, go out and beat them. Plain and simple, end of story. What else? The over-under, that's a bad beat. I had it at 47.5. It might have moved, just prior to kick. But 47.5 for the over-under. And you have a final score of 25-22. Do the math once again, folks. That's 47 on the dot. Not 47.5, not 48. That's the under. So bad beat if you had the over. Run game, it was there. Probably not as much as either team would have liked it to have been. McCaffrey had a hell of a game. You know, that's why I said if the 49ers would have won, I think he probably would have won MVP. Holmes wins MVP once again for the Chiefs in their third Super Bowl win. As they were down by 10 plus, and all three of them came back and won all three of them. Kittle had what? One catch for a first down on fourth down. Got hurt, came back in though. Kelsey had one catch for a yard in the first half and then finished with what he finished. I mean, defenses played their asses off, but then 49ers, they broke late. Of course, gave up the game-winning touchdown. Literally the drive, you know, is what sealed it. You know, they couldn't get off the field. But it was turnovers, the 1 to points, because that's when it all sort of changed, you know, with momentum. Into the fourth quarter we go, okay, we're going down to the wire. One of these teams is going to win, one of these teams is going to lose. That's that. And, you know, of course, Kansas City wins it overtime, 25-22, your final score. Look at the final individual and team stats once again momentarily. Thought the refs let him play. All the penalties I thought were flags. You know, clear-cut fouls. Like, there wasn't anything, like, asinine, like, what the fuck is this, or how the hell did you miss that? Like, the refs let him play today. They did. And normally it's the other side to it. We're always bitching, you know, about how bad it was. Thought the refs, you know, called a pretty fair game down the middle. Because that's how it should be, down the fucking middle. You know, if it's one-sided, then okay, shoot yourself in the foot. But as both teams were early. And then they settled down, they settled in. You know, they adjusted. San Francisco had their chances. I'd like to know what was said in the Chief locker room, though, at halftime. You know, down 10-3, but then it still took almost to the end of the third quarter for them to get going. And it was that muffed punt. And one play later, they scored. And then, you know, San Francisco not capitalizing off turnovers, and San Francisco kicking a bunch of field goals. You know, if those were capitalized off of the turnovers and the field goals were touchdowns, game one doesn't even go to overtime because the 49ers won in regulation by a bunch more than the Chiefs won it by 3. Win's a win, though, at the end of the day. It doesn't matter by 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, you know, a million or anywhere in between. A win's a win because that's all anybody remembers at the end of the day is whether you won or lost. Chiefs win Super Bowl 58, 49ers lose Super Bowl 58, final score 25-22. And the Chiefs have won back-to-back Super Bowls. First to do so since the Patriots in 03-04, Super Bowl 38-39 once again. So, yeah. They'll be looking to win 3 in a row and become the first team since the Packers of the 60s to win 3 championships in 3 straight seasons. And that was just prior to the NFL becoming the NFL we now know it to be. So, with some stats, shortly once again coming up in the NFL, we'll have the Combine, free agency, the draft. Can't forget about the schedule release. As we know opponents, but the official schedule will be released after the draft, as it's been now in the past few years. So yeah, Combine in less than a month in Indianapolis. Free agency to start in about a month. Draft late April in Motown, Detroit, Michigan. As the Lions just came up short, blowing a lead to the 49ers. And then the 49ers sort of blew a lead to the Chiefs. Not as big, but, you know, hey, if only the Lions were in the Super Bowl, I think everybody would have been rooting for them tonight over the Chiefs. And then if they, say, won the Super Bowl and then hosting the draft in a couple months, like, you think about Detroit being as bad as it got compared to how it used to be. I don't even know if the fucking city would still be left standing by the time the draft came around if they would have played the Super Bowl and won it tonight and then still host the draft. Like, they'd have to move the draft. But, you know, as the Chiefs host the draft, Vegas hosts the draft, it's moving around now. It's not New York City, Radio City Music Hall anymore. You know, it goes from city to city in the 32 towns the NFL is in. So, yeah, Combine in less than a month, free agency next month. The draft at the end of April in Detroit. Schedule release. Yeah, dog days of summer training camp, and the next season's going to be here before you know it. And now Andy Reid about to join NFL Primetime, NFL Network, right by him, with interviews as well. So you can, watch on there too. I mean, you can't go wrong with Chris Berman himself for some NFL Primetime. So.
You write a different script every time, don't you? Congratulations, Coach. Come here, don't make
So.
Tammy get you. Coach Andy Reid, Super Bowl champion again. You love being down
Yeah,
by 10, don't you?
again.
Is that the thing?
I guess it's being down by 10. That's how the Chiefs have to win the Super Bowl. Yeah, they got to have their backs up against the wall, and all right, here we go, boys, let's go. Rather than being up and holding the lead. Because that's what we were saying. Like, normally, okay, they're up, But obviously, yeah, in the Super Bowls, they've been down, and they've still come back and won. The one they didn't was when they got blown out by Brady and the Bucks in their own home stadium during COVID. A year after they won their first against the 49ers in 54. I'm not saying the Bucks are winning the Super Bowl next year. Of course, Brady retired. They seem to be in a good position with Baker Mayfield, but we'll talk fine details on NFL, this and that, at a later date. So Andy Reid interview. But from all of us, should have been Cowboys. Andy Reid, yeah, no doubt about it. Destined to be a football coach and a Hall of Fame football coach at that now at this rate, with 3 Super Bowl titles in 5 seasons. So we'll all be all off season long sleeping out under the stars, getting ready for next year. So final stats and scores.
What with 3 points at halftime?
In the loss,
What was the strategy and what was the change?
Brock Purdy was 23 of 38 for 255 and a touchdown. Juwan Jennings had the passing touchdown on the trick play, 101 for 21 in the touchdown. To Christian McCaffrey, who had 160 all-purpose yards tonight. He had 22 carries for 80 yards rushing and a touchdown. He had 22 carries, 80 yards rushing, and then 8 catches, 80 yards in the receiving touchdown. And then Brandon Ayuk, as they really didn't have a running game behind McCaffrey. Yeah, he had Purdy once again was 23 of 38, 255 and a touchdown. Juwan Jennings, 101, 21 yards and a passing touchdown on the trick play, the double pass, to go up 10-3. And then we were deadlocked at that until mid-third quarter. And that was, prior to halftime. What was good for the Chiefs is they got points before the half. Because remember, teams that got shut out in the Super Bowl are 0-13 all time in the first, if you got shut out in the first 30 minutes of play. They never had won a Super Bowl, but they got the field goal before halftime, got another field goal mid-third quarter, got the block punt, or the muff punt, scored a play later. Difference then was the missed extra point, and then you're trading field goals. You tied 19 overtime, then you win in overtime 25-22. Been over. So, yeah, Purdy was 23 of 38, 255 yards and a touchdown. Juwan Jennings, 101, 21 yards and a touchdown on the trick play. McCaffrey, 22 carries, 80 yards, had 8 catches, 80 yards and a touchdown as well. Like I said, they really didn't have a running game behind him. Brandon Ayuk, 3 of 49 receiving. Juwan Jennings, 4 of 42 and a touchdown. Deebo Samuel, 3 of 33. Kyle Juszczyk, 2 of 31. Ray McLeod had a catch for 19 yards. Former Chief Chris Conley had a catch for 18 yards. Kittle was shut down, 2 of 4. Fred Warner had 13 total tackles. Jair Brown, the rookie out of Penn State, with 11. As Jake Moody and Jair Brown had the interception on Patrick Mahomes, I might add, too. So good for him. We are. And sucks for him and Kevin Givens from Altoona, who also played at Penn State, as they're two Penn Staters who were in the Super Bowl for San Fran. They lose. Donovan Smith of the Kansas City Chiefs, though, won, as he would have also been a part. He wasn't with Kansas City in 54, let alone 55. He was with Tampa in 55, so he had a ring then. But then won Super Bowl last year with the Chiefs and won Super Bowl again this year with the Chiefs. But Jake Moody was, of course, 1 and 2 on extra points, 3 of 3 on his field goals, a long 55. That was at the point in time of the Super Bowl record. But then Harrison Bucker upped him +2 for a Super Bowl record of 57 yards. And then we had a 53-yarder later on. So we had 3 50-plus yard field goals in tonight's game. And as they mentioned the stat, the previous 57 Super Bowls, we only had 7 field goals of 50-plus in those 57 games. We had 3 of 50-plus in Super Bowl 58 tonight alone. And then Kansas City, stat-wise, Harrison Bucker good on his extra point, 4-4 on field goals along with 57. He had 13 points and a 3-point win. I mean, talk about special teams even more, along with the muffed punt and the missed extra point. 13 points for Harrison Bucker in a 25-22 win. I mean, there you go. Even as much as, Mahomes did, and, Pacheco in the ground game, and Travis Kelce with 9 catches for 93 yards, and only had 1 for 1 at halftime. So all that was basically, in the second half, as Nick Bolton had 13 total tackles. Travis Kelce, 9 for 93. Mecole Hardman with a game-winning touchdown, had 3 catches, 57 yards and a score. Justin Watson, 3 of 54. Rashee Rice had 6 catches, 39 yards. Isaiah Pacheco had 6 catches, 33 yards. Noah Gray, 2 of 22. MVS with a touchdown as well, 3 for 20 in the score. Jerick McKinnon in his first game back, 2 of 15. Of course, Kadarius Toney didn't play, hasn't played because he's been a healthy scratch, because he doesn't know how to fucking catch a football. And who knows, if he played tonight, maybe the Chiefs lose. No. Mahomes actually led the Chiefs in rushing with 9 carries for 66 yards. You can add 3 to that. Pacheco had 18 for 59. But the Super Bowl 58 MVP, Patrick Mahomes, with his 9 carries, 66 yards rushing, was 34 of 46 passing with 333 yards thrown through the air, the 2 touchdowns, and the interception. Overall team stats, with the 4 total turnovers, only one of those, as they're actually talking about it right now, the muffed punt and the next very play, the Chiefs scored. That was the only turnover was capitalized into points. We had 2 turnovers by the Niners. They were both fumbles. And then 2 turnovers by the Chiefs, 1 fumble, 1 interception. 49ers even controlled the clock by 2 minutes. How the fuck do you lose by, winning the time of possession battle? 38-31 officially to 36-26. Well, really, the points off the turnover, Patrick Mahomes, special teams, that's why the 49ers lost. So, Chiefs with 24 first downs to the 49ers 23. 49ers couldn't convert on 3rd down either. They're 3 of 12. Chiefs were 9 of 19. They're both 1 of 1 on 4th down. Chiefs ran 79 plays. Holy shit. 49ers was 71. So they also win the total yard battle as expected. They threw more. They ran for more as well. So 325 to 272 passing, 130 to 110 rushing. So 455 to 382 total with 13 total drives. Balance in the running game. Both teams ran it about 30 times. 12 total penalties, 6 apiece. So if that's not more down the middle, then I don't know what is. But yeah, you look at why San Francisco lost. Truly because of, as they had their chances, they had field goals that probably should have been touchdown drives. They had the muffed punt, one play that the Chiefs scored off of. The only turnover was capitalized into points once more, but then the missed extra point. You know, that's made the Chiefs need to score to win at the end of regulation rather than tie to force overtime. The game's over forever ago. We're not still sitting here talking about it. You know, a long game. You know, that's why we're still up late here recapping everything. And once more, thanks for tuning in and watching. But you know, just once again, what a game! But yeah, they had their chances. They you know, didn't do enough, flat out. When the Chiefs being down again, they found a way. You know, when there's a will, there's a way. They found a way. They obviously love being down by 10 or more in the Super Bowl because that's how they come back and won all games. They've been down by at least that much. And now we're looking at a Chief dynasty in the National Football League as they are officially your Super Bowl 58 champions to cap off the 2023, now entering the 2024 season. So other than that, there's not really much else to be said. So, of course, better luck next season to the 49ers. They've been there. They just haven't been able to get on that hump. You know, and they've lost now twice to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl the past couple years. You know, whereas the Chiefs beat them twice, they also beat the Eagles. And once again, you know, if you're sick of it, well, hopefully your favorite team goes out and beats them, because that's the only way that's going to happen if they end up losing to somebody, you know? So, yeah, there's not much else to be said. You know, like, they're that damn good. You know, there's good teams, there's great teams, there's teams that find ways to win. And they're all of that. They are. You know, and it starts at the top with Big Red Andy Reid, but then when also you have a fucking once-in-a-generational talent at quarterback in Patrick Mahomes, and, you know, they, you know, go by committee at running back. Like, who's it going to be next? You know? Like, it seems like it's a different running back, you know, all the time. But then, you know, his top targeted receivers is tight end and Travis Kelce, for God's sakes. They're both Hall of Famers with a Hall of Fame coach at this point. Like, stats don't lie, folks. Truth hurts. And I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, okay? Like, the Steelers and Patriots still are the only two franchises with 6. 49ers could have got 6 with a win, but they lose again. You know, I've seen it back to back. I've seen it twice in a couple years. Seen it, you know, almost 3 times in a couple years as well. You know, they came up short in that last one. Haven't been back since 15 years ago now. But, and even way back when, they won, you know, back to back twice. But nobody has seen a football team, college or the NFL for that matter, win 3 straight championships since the mid 1960s when the Green Bay Packers did so. That's in the pros, and that's right before the NFL, once again, as we know it to be nowadays. And college football, you got to go back to the 1930s with Minnesota, the Golden Gophers. But, you know, even with all that, their defense, as defense wins championships, their defense, remember, held San Francisco in overtime to a field goal. And then all Mahomes needed was a field goal to tie to play on. But no, they're going to drive and win it. And that's what they did. You know, and the Chiefs are your Super Bowl champs, 25-22, winning Super Bowl 58 here tonight over the San Francisco 49ers. So, yeah. 49ers are favored to win Super Bowl LIX 59 next season, though, they announce. At plus 5,500 with the Chiefs, Ravens, and Bills all right behind them. So they're going to show us some highlights in the meantime on NFL Primetime. we'll watch those, I guess. Yeah, they're talking about a tight game. Yeah, 5 quarters. Like, there's the primetime music. Like I said, what a fucking game. You know, truly, what a game. I mean, gonna be one that's gonna be remembered for sure until something tops it. You know, and it was the second ever Super Bowl to go to overtime. You know, remember that one? The Falcons never touched the ball. The overtime rules were the old overtime rules. This one, they're new ones. If they were still the old ones, the Chiefs still would have gotten a possession because remember the 49ers kicked a field goal. You know, so they still could have went down and tied it with a field goal, let alone drove and scored and won it that way. But remember in 51, the Patriots got the ball, drove and scored, and won the game. The Falcons didn't even touch the ball. Tonight, new roles. 49ers get a field goal, 22-19, but then the Chiefs drive and score. It goes 75 yards. And as both teams talk about time possession in that overtime, it was split. You know, San Fran took up about 7.5, almost 8 minutes. The Chiefs with the rest. There were 3 seconds left when they scored. So, yeah, we played a 74-minute and 57-second game tonight in Super Bowl. And it's the Chiefs' 4th Super Bowl title in franchise history, tying the Packers and Giants for 5th most. Of course, teams have Super Bowls, teams have AFL, teams have NFL championships as well. So total, then yeah, okay, there you go. But Kansas City is now going to be looking for that one for the thumb next year too. And remember, like I said, the last time a team won back-to-back Super Bowls, New England Patriots, 38-39. Once again, you know who won Super Bowl 40? Oh, that's right. The Pittsburgh Steelers got that one for the thumb. Beating the Seattle Seahawks 21-10 on February the 5th, 2006. To win it for the AFC over the NFC in Motown, Detroit, Michigan at Ford Field. And then, of course, February the 5th, 2024, Toby Keith passes away, which, like I said earlier, that was a gut punch myself. It was. Tough. Like I said, he was my favorite growing up, and still will always be, but now he's gone. So, like I said, still can't really believe it. But it's life, you know. But may, once again, Toby Keith, rest in peace. Here's the muffed punt. Yeah, this is when it really changed. That's what Ray McLeod was going to let it bounce. Who knows what happened on the drive, you know? But it hit off of one of the gunners, so he had to go after it. Couldn't get to it. Chiefs recovered. Very next play, a 16-yard passing touchdown from Mahomes to MVS down the seam, and they took their first lead. Remember, they're down 10-0, 10-3, 10-6. They took a 13-10 lead. 49ers scored. We'll get to that. Into the 4th quarter we go. So the bulk of this game was late 3rd to the end of overtime. It was. And then, yeah, the slant over the middle, Jennings, they went for it on 4th down. Rather than kicking it time at 13, scored, but then the extra point was blocked. And that's why we ended up going to overtime. Because if it's 17-13, you're still in a, okay, Chiefs score, 49ers kick it, tied at 20 then. But it's 16-13. Chiefs kick it, 49ers kick it, Chiefs kick it again. It's 19 apiece. We go to OT. You know, Like this game could have been a hell of a lot worse on one end, could have been a hell of a lot closer, but it was as tight as you could really get. I mean, because we were tied there at a couple points at times. Like that win probability chart that we always see, like I'm sure that thing was staggering up and down, fucking, a lot late third, whole fourth quarter. Like who's gonna win this game? Like I don't really think anybody really knew who to root for, unless you're a Chiefs or 49er fan. Let alone the way the game was going, who you wanted to win. Have win for that matter. Yeah, that was a big play on the Chief defense. They brought a safety blitz and pass was batted down incomplete. Kick a field goal, okay, 19-16. Because who knows? I mean, that was with 2 minutes to play too. Right, totally forgot about that. They get the first down or go for it on fourth down, end up driving and scoring. Like they could have very well drained the clock and scored and won the game then themselves for that matter. There was the other 50-yard plus field goal. But then under 2 with 2 timeouts, they drove and kicked a game-tying field goal and forced overtime. When they very well, Chiefs could have won it themselves. Yeah. And then into overtime after the 49er field goal once again, like Chiefs turned over, game's over. Regardless if they don't convert on fourth down. Yeah, that was a big play. That third and 7. Got like 20 or 25. Remember, he had on that 1st and 10 from the 11, he had a man wide open over the middle, and he had a man wide open on the seam on the far side, but he hit a man. They were going right. That's right. He had a man wide open over the middle, man down the seam near side, but he went far side and was incomplete. And then they didn't call a flag, and it was a good no call. That's why I said then people would have been bitching a fit, no doubt about it, if they would have threw a flag on that, especially for the Chiefs. But there's a coin toss for overtime. 49ers, they won it, so they took the ball. I mean, I said normally, yeah, you would want to play defense. You would, because you need to know what you have, what to get to win it. But it's the momentum factor, especially in the Super Bowl. It's not the middle of the season. So you get the ball, you drive. Of course, they only kicked the field goal. Excuse me. So I'm starting to lose my voice, so we'll shut up and hold on and sign off here. But I need to pour myself another drink. Wow. Shit. But yeah. Yeah, pressure by the defense. Forced the field goal, which was good, 22-19. What was I just saying a minute ago? Where were we? But yeah, the defense forced a field goal. And then the 4th and a yard, they got it. 3rd and 6, yeah, got the first down again. Drive just kept pushing, kept piling up. Like this drive, they're gonna remember that forever. And they ended up, a couple plays after this, ended up scoring and winning. And tight end screen to Kelsey. I thought he was gonna walk in after he broke that tackle, but then they got a 1st and goal at the 3.5, 4 yard line, and then the very next play. They call a timeout 15 seconds, yeah. And then the 49ers call a timeout. And then a rollout in the flat. Mecole Hardman in the end zone, touchdown Chiefs, and they win at 25-22 and OT to win Super Bowl 58. Yeah. Was anybody else open on that play? No, just him. So it would have been a throwaway if he was covered. They would have played on into OT. Yeah. Yeah, they ran that same fucking play to beat the Eagles on the other near side to it, though. Well, it would have been the far side. They were still going right, but it was far side. That was the Sky Moore. Yeah. And then they do it to Mecole Hardman here. And, well, they'll get a new one, but yeah, the Lombardi's staying in Kansas City. So, yeah, Kansas City's world champions.
This was different.
Gatorade bath once again.
Never gets old, even though it's cold in the moment. And so,
And there's the graphic for the stats that we already went over. There's something else I thought I was going to say, but I guess not. Maybe not. It's the 49ers' third straight Super Bowl loss. 47, 54, and 58. They won since Steve Young was there.
60 yards running and receiving, outstanding. McCaffrey was outstanding all day, Bone. His ability to catch the football, run the football. He was an all-purpose weapon. And in the second half,
And Mahomes was the Super Bowl MVP.
well, in the second overtime game,
I mean, shit, he had over 400 total yards.
Patriots came back with a 1 and 11, but this went
Or damn near close to it. What do you end up? 399? 333 passing, and what I say, 66 rushing? Yeah, that's high. So, give some interviews, but I'll sign off. So, I've said my piece. Of course, here's to this year. Here's next year. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Just not tonight, but all football, college football, and NFL season long. Always greatly appreciate it. Thanks for the support. And I'll see everybody when I see you. But be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Keep an eye out for upcoming videos. And once again, the Kansas City Chiefs are world champions. They win Super Bowl 58 in overtime, 25-22, over the San Francisco 49ers.